Good morning. We're back in session here today. This is November 26th, Tuesday, and we are recording this on Zoom. And we are meeting with our prosecuting attorney's office for an update today. Welcome, Rebecca and Kevin.
Thank you.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm sick and bleeding.
I did want to bring up one more time. I do highly recommend that there's a sign, like maybe on the table.
Hello, I ordered a sign, a fancy sign. It's on the way.
Oh, yay, Caitlin, thank you. Appreciate it.
To warn people about what I just said.
Yes. That way, if people walk in late, they still understand that it is being recorded and being put on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, so yesterday during roundtable, a couple things came up. The first one, Rob, you mentioned the issue with the sand dunes. And it was my understanding that one of the property owners put up no trespassing signs. And so your concern is that the people who have been on their property will move then over to the county property in the sand dunes. Anything, sorry?
You said correct.
Okay.
And that is it's already starting.
Mm-hmm.
Because they've put the trespassing signs up, so obviously they keep knocking them down. So they keep putting them up. And now they're starting to move to the entrance of the sand dunes, which is referred to as first pit.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's referred to as the first pit.
The insurance of
Entrance.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, the entrance.
Okay.
So I guess what do we want to do with the sand dunes? What we probably need to do is regulate the camping out there.
Yeah.
So we need to know and maybe bring in the sheriff's office as to how we want to do that and then pass an ordinance. So, do we want to say no camping out there, closed from midnight to 5? Do we want to say you can only camp there for 2 weeks with a 2-week break, whatever. You can make up a million different scenarios, but we need some guidance on where to go with that.
Okay.
Probably bring in the sheriff and figure out how they want it.
Yeah.
How they can enforce it.
So I guess the question is, how do you want to handle that? Do you want to reach out to the sheriff and put together a special meeting? Do you want them to come to our next update? Do you want us to come to their next update?
I will meet with Joey and Josh and then let you know from there.
Okay.
Because I have questions for them anyways. They called me today, just kind of asking what the sheriff's protocol is for trespassing after the 30 days of notice for trespassing. So they had questions on how they handle that.
Okay. So we need some guidance to go forward and figure out how we want to do it. Happy to talk about it.
Rob, would it be out of the question to, I'm sure it's not out of the question, but I just thought maybe we need to just have no overnight camping allowed out there between Labor Day and Memorial Day, or this time of year, because we want people to camp out there, when the sand dunes is
The
actually.
tough part
sand
is though,
dunes.
is you want people to be able to camp out there. You don't want them to live out there, you know?
Yeah, and so that's why.
But what they're doing, we can't say they're living, we know they're living, but would you really be able to designate a time? I guess you could do a time frame. Can't camp over 4 days.
Yeah, but then it's like, if they move, does that count as not
They
camping
move to
there
another
for 4
piece of
days?
sand?
Yeah,
We can figure, we can say, you can only be in the area of the sand dunes and define that for 4 days, and you have to leave for 4 days, or 4 days out of a month, or again, million different ways
Yeah.
you can define
we
it,
just have to see how they can enforce it,
Yeah.
track it.
track it and all that kind of stuff, so. Yeah. Or you can do no camping, you close it during the middle of the night, midnight to 5 or whatever time 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., whatever time you prefer. Would be another way, and then there's no camping. So.
Then we're sending them all to other campgrounds and we're sending them to hotels
Yep.
and hotels during the season.
Mhm.
I'm sure there's certainly not enough campgrounds around to hold what goes out there.
Yeah.
Is there, Rob?
No, but I'll talk to them. It's really gonna be about what they can enforce.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So yeah, we were happy to help write an ordinance for that, but we need to know what to put in it.
thank you.
The other topic that came up yesterday during the roundtable was the issue of weapons in public hearing buildings. And reading the RCW that Barb sent over, it's not just the hearing itself, public hearing itself, but it's my understanding that it affects the entire building where public hearings are being held. So in reading that particular statute, the legislature passed a law saying that people cannot bring weapons, which includes firearms and other weapons that are commonly used as instruments of great bodily harm and death or something to that effect. And the other piece of this is that the requirement to post a sign is a must. The language is there is a must. So there is, in after reading this particular statute, I have a concern about there not being any signage regarding this particular law. The reason being is if we do get a scenario where somebody does bring in a firearm or weapon and then hurts or kills somebody, because the language in there is phrased as a duty must, my concern would be the county might be held liable for some of that. Now, there's arguments for whether there's actually causation or not. However, we may
As
not.
we've learned, 1% is all we need of our fault, and
So if you can imagine a scenario in King County, if we're in the King County court system, where it would not be so favorable for us.
So do you want that signage at entrances?
yeah, probably.
And what would it say? Or what does it have to say?
MRSC actually has a suggestion. I can pull it up. It's pretty simple. Something to the effect as, and then quoting the RCW or citing.
Okay,
sorry,
so
not quoting, citing that.
I believe we have signs up like that, but that, what, for courtrooms? Because I thought this
Yeah,
just applied to courtrooms.
It used to. Now that it appears that the legislature has changed that.
Mhm.
Really?
There was a new statute apparently. You're right, it used to only apply to courtrooms. I'm trying to look at the MRSC article.
Well, he's looking at that, what are the definition of weapons?
I didn't bring my.
Was the hammer gonna fit? That's what I'm asking.
No, the hammer would not fit because it's not commonly used as a weapon. It's
So-
commonly used to hit nails.
So the definition includes a list of items like a knife, dirk, slugshot.
Metal knuckles.
Yeah, middle knuckles. And then it has a kind of a catch-all, basically saying, and other objects like these, and I'm not gonna get the exact wording, but it essentially is something to the effect, and other objects like these that are commonly used to cause great bodily injury and death or something to that
Their
effect.
normal use is to hurt somebody, basically.
Right. So a hammer is not normally used to hurt somebody. It's normally used in construction or what have you.
So you can bring a chainsaw in. They can bring a hammer in, they can bring a machete in.
Well, a
Probably not a
machete
machete.
is probably,
A knife
Knife.
would be a knife. There are certain things that are per se, and a knife, a large knife would be one of them.
Okay, I was just gonna say a machete is usually used for cutting limbs or
Yeah.
cutting brass or, its common use is not to be
Yeah.
slicing up people
Mhm.
unless you're a Colville prosecuting attorney, I guess. What was his name? Smitty?
Yeah.
Smitty Hagopian.
So, so to answer your question, a hammer is not likely to qualify as a weapon.
What would you do in that situation? Sure, we'd like you to leave that outside.
I would not, I wonder if we could do a local
The local ordinance,
ordinance.
we'd have the same problem of how do you define a weapon? So, just about anything, a pencil. I have one case where somebody stabbed somebody in the jail, this was a while ago, but where somebody stabbed somebody in the jail with a pencil. And that was a deadly weapon in that particular case. So how do we, even if we were to,
I'm sure you could charge them with the use of a deadly weapon after the fact.
Oh, yeah, after the
But
fact.
to carry it in there,
So,
Yeah.
would be tough.
one thing to keep in mind, statutes, will define things differently. So this particular statute defines a weapon in a particular way.
and so we would have to come up with our own definition of weapon. And I don't know how to do that. That's the hard part. How would you define a hammer as a weapon, but a pencil isn't? That's kind of the
So I want to clarify. Our policy is now against an RCW.
right now, yes. We need to update our policy and open carry is not allowed in this building right now. We need to update our policy and signs based on
Or
that
concealed
statute.
carry.
Concealed carry is still allowed. This statute,
I have to go back and read it, but if you say so,
let me double check, but I believe this statute specifically deals with open carry. It does not deal with concealed.
which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's. Just says possession. I don't know. I need to reread the statute because I haven't had time to, but whether it's just open carry or any. No, I think it's period. It's unlawful for any person to knowingly carry onto or possess on public or private property or et cetera, any firearm, any other dangerous. So I think it applies.
At the very end.
That means you couldn't carry it anywhere, public or private property.
So let me go back and,
Let's
go back and.
go back and look at the statute a little more closely. We haven't had time to do that just from yesterday. Oh, no, you're right. Okay, here's the open carry. Okay. So yeah, it looks like open carry of firearm. Sorry. Like I said, I gotta read through the statute more closely. We'll get back to you on that.
So potentially, we need
Yeah,
to open.
We need to
sorry, we
restrict
need to-
open carry.
Okay.
Well, his must have been pretty concealed because hardly anybody saw it.
Again, it won't qualify as a weapon,
Right.
so. So how do you handle that, situation? I mean, without talking about it with Kevin off the top of my head, you just have to kind of watch them and not, I don't.
You can ask for a sheriff's deputy or someone, or so if you're really uncomfortable, you can ask for, or afraid of PD to come sit in your meeting, somebody to come down just to be here.
But any sheriff's deputy here or the sheriff can't
Probably can't ask them to
legally,
leave
Right,
unless they do something with it.
right.
they can be here and, provide
Some status.
some status and some intimidation, if you will. But, we can put somebody in here, but asking them to leave because they have a hammer, probably not gonna work.
I can't think of,
If they start, if they get up and start waving it around, absolutely, that's a whole different story. But just possessing it.
we do have an executive session topic that we need to address. It shouldn't take that long. 5 minutes. Unless you want to discuss this any further at this time.
No,
I did send an email to Tom just to look into the
Open carry.
MRSC
Oh, okay.
for the signage.
Yeah, we can shoot him an email.
I think personally that we get so much safety concern that I have no hesitation in adding that signage up. I mean, if an employee that I would not assume was concerned about a hammer, clearly we have a employee safety concern that we should put the signage up. I know last time when we didn't put it up, it was more about let's not impede on our constituent base and their ability to come in here with whatever they want to, but it makes more sense now than before.
Can we define what we're gonna be meeting as litigation? And is how long?
5 minutes?
5 minutes, start with 5 minutes, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go into executive session concerning RCW 42.30.110.1I from 8:48 to 8:53. and decision is made. Thank you.
So the last thing, and I was hoping Cindy was going to be here because she's the one that brought this up. So I can follow up with her later. But it sounds like you guys received a recommendation for MLARD position, a board opening.
Did we get was it a personal recommendation or the actual MLRD's recommendation?
Rebecca, I'm online here. I just was not able to go into executive session. I'm not sure what happened there. I think it was a recommendation from the director, but typically we advertise and we interview. So I didn't know if it was just to fill the vacancy until December and then they'll be on the election, or if it was to fill the remainder of a term.
Did you ask them?
Yes, I have not heard back from Sam Castro.
So I did a little bit of research regarding like the process, if there was any legal process that needed to be followed for filling a vacancy for the board, for an irrigation rehabilitation board. The end result was essentially the Board of County Commissioners is responsible to fill the vacancy, but there's no process that's outlined specifically for this particular type of district, special purpose district. So because there's no particular process, it would probably just be up to the Board of County Commissioners on whatever process they want to implement.
I believe that this has already been posted and advertised. And so Caitlin can give us that. It's been advertised, Caitlin?
Yeah, so it's posted on the website and I sent out a press release for the newspapers to consider. It was in the Columbia Basin Herald for sure, but I am not sure about the other newspapers.
Okay, so we're already processing our outreach, and it seems to me we give it a couple of weeks, and then we just, we consider whoever comes in, and if nothing comes in, then we probably move forward with the nomination. Is that okay, Cindy? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, in the past, we have done just like Caitlin, advertised it and did interviews. We actually hosted interviews numerous times to look for the board member replacement. So I just want to make sure we went through the processes that we've done previously for this.
So you would suggest that if we don't receive anybody, we go ahead and interview that recommended person. If it is somebody applies, then we recommend we interview everyone.
Yeah, that's what we've done the last, I want to say 2 or 3 times. Yeah.
Last time they only had one applicant. We saw the recommendation and appointed.
Yeah.
Yes. And we've also had multiple applicants previously.
Okay, so I guess we wait. We wait and see the couple of weeks and find out what comes in. Good? Everybody good with that?
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know how long it's been open. So, and I don't know what the requirement for how long it has to be open.
As far as I could tell, there was no requirements.
So it's it would be as long as that district wants it open, isn't it? Or is it us?
So the county commissioners are the ones that appoint, and so as far as I can tell, it would be the county commissioners that would dictate the process.
Right now, I have the listing, I'm so sorry. It's posted online and the application deadline is 5 p.m. on December 6th. That would be next Friday. And then we were going to present any applications that we got in that time to the commissioners.
Caitlin, would it be helpful if Caitlin sends around what she posted or send out?
That's fine.
Caitlin, would you be able to just send a copy or whatever to the commissioners and CC me?
Yes,
I think
I
I'm
will.
good with that. Just knowing the date of when it closes, we don't need to accept application until then.
No, we need to accept applications until then.
We don't need to choose a person until after that time, is what I mean. And
Yeah.
that's why I was wondering if it was just a recommendation letter or if it was something different. 'Cause mine looked like a recommendation letter, which I thought was odd.
And it didn't say anything, and don't recall, it didn't say anything in that about the board has recommended this person. Okay.
Okay, anything further on that?
No, thank you, Rebecca.
I have a question for you, Cindy, on that. Seeing as how we got this recommendation, we don't know if it's from the board, should we reach out to that person that was recommended and say, hey, can you put in an application with on the county's website or what?
Yeah, they, Sam should know that, but yeah, we could reach out to him and let him know, or reach out to Sam Castro and let him know that it might be safer if we just reach out to Sam Castro
Okay.
to let him know so that everybody's treated the same. And I'm not sure if that was a recommendation from Sam Castro or from the board, but it sounded like it was a recommendation from Sam Castro, the director.
Yeah, okay. Caitlin, keep that on your, I don't care who reaches out, but keep that on your radar in case we forget, so that you might be able to reach out to Sam Castro on that.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay. I don't have anything else. Anybody have anything else?
No.
Because it's 9 and it's time to move on to our next meeting. Thank you very much, Rebecca.
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
If you could just tell Dell he can come on in, please.
You're up.
So our next meeting is with the gentleman walking in the room right now, and his update from Renew with
Dell?
Dell Anderson. Welcome, Dell.
How are you this morning?
Well, we're following the rules.
That's good.
The rules are that everybody that comes in here for a meeting today has to tell us something they're thankful for.
Oh, well,
If this is Thanksgiving
I-
week, you're on the spot.
I'm on the spot. But my daughter and her husband came home from college this weekend for Thanksgiving. It's been nice to have them back and see the relationships they have with just their younger sisters. Because over the summer before she got married, it was like they were all bickering. And now it's just fun to see they want to go to movies and hang out. I'm thankful for it. It's good to see the family relationships.
Good. And I lied. Hey, we haven't made everybody
It's
do
all
that, but you know what? I thought it was a good thing to do.
It's a great thing to do. I'm glad to see Rob made it back from his trip safely.
I did. Luckily, everybody's home now.
I always tell them, someone always gets hurt. It does not fail.
Yeah, but not like that.
On that road trip, oh yeah. Someone always does, and I'm like, whoa, this is awful.
This sucks.
Well, I'm glad you guys made it back all right. Great news. Okay, jumping into the agenda, the first thing I had is I just wanted to acknowledge.
Can I stop for a
Yep.
second? By the way, if anybody's joined us online, these meetings are being recorded on YouTube, and we can find them there later on the county website. So Dell, we just kind of have to make sure that's known.
Perfect. The Direction Community Living Program, this is our program that provides support and residential housing for individuals with developmental disabilities, that are adults. And so the staff there provide 24-hour support to individuals they live on their own, but we go in and provide their support on their daily living activities. So we help them with food and hygiene, anything that would be considered daily living support for them. The state, for their audits, they just pop in. They just do surprise audits. And I just want to acknowledge how grateful I am for this team, because in this state audit, they just walk in. We're the first agency in 2024 for a surprise audit to have no compliance issues at all. No corrective action, everything was in compliance. And I just kudos to that team for really making sure that on a daily basis, we're doing things that are in compliance with our state contracts, as well as meeting our quality metrics in that program, and not just trying to fix things because you know something's coming. So I think that was just shows that they're working hard to ensure that they're staying compliant in all their activities on a daily basis. I'm super happy with that team for that. So I wanted to acknowledge them on their efforts and job well done.
Just a question for you, Dale. You said 24-hour support.
Mhm.
And the staff, is the staff there 24 hours?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Yeah, so it's just not coming in and helping with their daily support as if they live there by themselves and then somebody comes in. There's somebody there all the time.
Available to help, yes. Yeah, it's a good program, so super happy about that. I also wanted to provide update on the Opioid Abatement Council and the Grant County request for proposal. The North Central Opioid Abatement Council met on November 7th from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Caroline now is leading these meetings. And so we walked through the contract and questions anyone had around the contract, as well as we went through what they're looking at opioid utilization outcome measures. And so they will be tracking the metrics and measurements that are expected on the region from the state. So Caroline will be tracking that for us. So they're just showing us kind of different dashboards they'd like to create. There wasn't anything that was decided on. It was just showing us here is a potential that we could use to measure what's occurring in our region. And then they'll track the monthly payment expenditures. They'll use that at the dashboard for that as well. That's to ensure that every county or city that also received fund, that the funds are used specifically for their area and not anywhere else. They went through and showed the fund distribution. We had some brief discussion on that. And then they talked about using one-year contracts for the fiscal end of being in June. And so one reason for that is because when we initiated the contract with Carillon, at the time we had just over $141,000 that we had received. Since then, we've received more funding for the opioid. And so what this does gives us an opportunity to be able to add more funding in the spring to an amended contract that would be available for next year's, for an opportunity for other programs to be able to do an RFP or request. So there's just some of the quick updates from the meeting. I am a voting member on that now, so I'll be representing Grant County as a voting member on the OAC board or on the committee. And then during the meeting.
How did that go? I mean,
good.
You were under the impression it needed to be a county commissioner. Was that their impression too, but they accepted the fact that we appointed you to do that?
Yes, so that was accepted. The confusion was that everybody on the committee is a voting member is an elected official. So they're either commissioners, city manager, or who else is on there? A representative of the city council. And so it felt kind of out of place not to be an elected official. And on the list of voting members and attendees, they've had me listed as an attendee, so I asked about it. And I said, hey, I've been appointed by Grant County as a voting member. And they said I couldn't be unless I was an elected official. Or the board had to give authority for me to vote on behalf of Grant County. So once that occurred, there was no issue.
Great.
Then
it just seems to me that somebody involved in that work as you are and trusted, it makes a lot more sense to me anyway
Yes.
to be a voting member of that council than one of us.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like me with Quadco. Hey, Andy or Sam, whoever's in charge. Hey, how do we vote on this?
Yeah.
What? You know, I'm fortunate to have quick response there, but that's what we'd have to be doing. Hey, Dell, how should we? I
Yeah, and
don't
sometimes
know. That's my feeling, Rob.
it could feel like a go-between, just like you're saying, like if you're not a voting member, then maybe always coming back and trying to get permission for the way it's handled, kind of like when that's why we had the confusion around the checks going to Chelan, because I had to keep returning and reporting what's occurring, and they weren't like accepting me as a voting member of Grant County. So it created some interesting dynamics, but I'm okay with that. The confusion for me was not being an elected official, and that's what they were looking for, but they're fine with that being,
I think
that
that
authority being given.
I think that what's happening right now, today, in this moment, is what the BOCC needs. Dell, what's happening on the Opioid Abatement Council?
Perfect.
Thank you for reporting, to me, that's
I'm sure if
delegation.
we get more into this, there'll be a lot more to report. This was just an overview of our meeting minutes. And then Carolyn is offered to do the request for proposal process for Grant County. And so Cindy and I had a meeting with Carolyn, and they are willing, it's no additional cost, to do this RFP process for us. So they created a form that we're reviewing. I'll now send that over to Kevin McCray to review as well. So they will do the
Probably
entire.
Rebecca.
Yes. They will hold the RFP process. So they will send it out, and they will even collect proposals. And I'd asked, well, is this included in that 10% administrative fee? Is there anything additional? And they said, no, this is the way that we're going to support our programs. What we need to do as a county, though, is we need to develop our own committee to review proposals. So once RFP goes out and organizations start submitting proposals, we need a committee in Grant County that will review them and make decisions so that we can decide which program should get those proposals. So that's what I want to discuss today is who do we think would be great? I think that obviously I'd be there. I don't know if you want one representative from the commissioners, two representatives from the commissioners, probably Rebecca or Kevin McCray, and then from there I didn't know who else.
Well, it appears to me somebody from the sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Because if we're going to, I'm just not sure quite the purpose on the RFP unless the sheriff's office says, for instance, if we're going to use some of it to help in the jail for some of their the drugs that will help people get over their withdrawals.
Yeah.
They have the staff that can administer those things. Do they need a doctor online
So they
to do that? Or I mean,
So as a part of their proposal, they could make those suggestions to have a doctor, to pay for medication, anything that's gonna help drive the support of people withdrawing from opioids.
So who would be doing the RFP? The sheriff's office?
Yes,
They'd be filling out the RFP, so this is what we'd like to do with
Yes.
this amount of money.
yes.
Okay, all right. I thought you were talking about just outside entities, hey, we're Bob Jones Pharmacy, then we're wanting to do an RFP to get some of these funds to help out with.
But that could happen.
Yeah.
Because the RFP will go out to Grant County wide.
Yeah, because we're already getting
It'll be a
emails from different
Yes,
groups saying, we'd love to help you with your opioid money.
yes,
In other words, we'd like some of your opioid money and we'll do something for you with it.
yeah. The sheriff's office has that need. We could potentially renew also, do a proposal for
Mhm.
programming. There's, maybe community health or the health district or.
Yeah, see, I think we have
all
enough
supports.
enough groups or opportunities even within our
Yes,
sphere
yes.
that could be filling out these RFPs, so.
Yep. And when you think about that though, $141,000 currently isn't very much to spread. But at the same time, you have more than that that's available. So,
Yeah.
and it's extended over 17 years.
Yeah.
So this isn't just a
141 is, I would say we're double that at least, available, right?
Yes.
January 1st, 2025, we're gonna be double or triple that.
So there's a lot of different initiatives that could occur, but that committee would have to review the proposals and then select which projects would be done with the funds.
So they're just gonna get the RFPs out. They're not gonna analyze them. They're gonna send them to a committee we put together here,
Yes, so they're gonna,
Range County.
Carolyn will,
Be the conduit through the
yes.
RFPs to us.
yes. Then we, as a committee, would review each of the proposals. We would grade the proposals. And Carolyn has a grading process. And then we would select which programs are gonna get the funding.
Seems like to me that committee only have to meet once or twice a year.
Yeah, just through the selection phase, or if there's any like follow-up or concerns, or a grievance process, if there's some type of complaint that comes through to someone's not being compliant with the state contract.
And Carolyn will make us aware of that.
Yeah. So sheriff's office, I could do that, right? I think to have a substance use provider from our office as well on a committee would be good. Anyone outside of that? There's, trying to think. I think Rebecca, or I mentioned Kevin.
Uh-huh.
And Cindy's on as well. I don't know if she had any. Cindy, do you have any suggestions for committee?
No, but I'm supposed to be coming up with some.
Okay.
I've
I've already been thinking about the sheriff's office to myself and one other individual from our program at Renew. But outside of that, I didn't know. And I also don't know if there's any discussion happening if we were looking at combining with the city of Moses Lake or if city of Moses Lake is just doing their complete own process. It's been brought up a couple of times if we want to look at combined opportunities or just are we doing things separately? That's just a question mark. No decision needed.
I know I
So
shouldn't say this, but I know there's some that I would prefer not to be on the committee, but I haven't nailed down who I'd want on that committee.
Understood.
So I just wrote like a possible suggestion was Grant County Sheriff's Office, Renew, Prosecuting Attorney's Office, BOCC, Grant County Health District. They're just ideas. I mean, but when does it have to come together?
I need to let them know. No, I think we have a meeting scheduled, not next week, but the week after. I'll follow up with Caroline, so. Make sure that's. Yeah, and then I would need to let the individuals know that they're gonna be on that committee. So they're not like, hey, what is this?
We're not talking about that group meeting until after the new year probably, but we're just needing to get to Carolyn. Have we set up a committee?
Yes.
And right now the committee is Dell and Cindy.
Yes.
Okay.
And from the sheriff, I think Joe Cree or even Philip Coates. Philip Coates seems to be pretty aware of what's happening in the jail, what the needs are in the jail. I don't know if there's another suggestion there that.
Those are the two most logical.
Okay.
Just depends on how big a committee you want.
Well, I think that's plenty. I think if we have representatives from Sheriff's Office, Renew, attorneys, representatives from VOCC, I think that would cover it. So.
Five individuals?
I think 5 or 6 individuals. I think the only issue we're gonna have is if it's Sheriff's Office, my office, we're gonna have to abstain from votes or grading our own proposals. So that would be the only issue, I think, if we don't have some. Yeah. But it should be good.
Okay, Cindy.
Yeah.
Sounds to me like Dale is looking for a little more conversation with you for suggestions or who you're saying you don't want or whatever. So we'll leave that to you and Dale to have a conversation. Is that good?
Yeah.
And then
Odd.
Cindy, I also have the RFP, and I let Kevin know this morning, just in passing, that I'd send it over to he and Rebecca for review before we let Caroline know we're okay with it.
Okay, I mean, I have been thinking of names. I just don't have anybody. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
okay.
So, well, I'll get a list here.
Great. And then
All right, what RFP are you talking about now?
it's just this,
Caroline's actual RFP to do this?
Yeah.
That was
no,
our,
no. The RFP that Caroline's gonna send out on our behalf.
oh, for
To-
this
Yes.
kind of work. Okay.
And you guys will be putting in for it?
I think a portion of it. I don't think very much this year, but I really do think we need to start looking at some type of detox or triage that law enforcement can drop people off. And so I think this year would be just trying to use some of the funding to try to help develop a scope of work for what's needed to open that type of facility here. And so I'm not anticipating we'd be requesting a lot of it, just trying to look at what buildings we have, what places that we have available, and work that's needed in those to make a proposal for a following year. There's also other capital project type grants that come out that we could be looking at as well.
Yeah, I would just be careful as far as interviewing who you're going to apply to.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't like that personally.
I would think you also need a clearer picture on numbers. What do we really have? I mean, when we started, we had 141. What is the actual funding available for 2025 here as a county? I don't know if that's a Mandy question or Kevin and Rebecca.
Who replaced Jerry?
Caitlin?
Okay,
I think our office has it. We have it in our office.
Who replaced
And-
Carrie? Carrie's not been replaced.
Jerry.
Jerry, okay,
Yes,
all right.
it was Jerry.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to think, because all of the emails with funding amounts came through that, and I've got a spreadsheet that's tracked it, so we just need to make sure that they match up.
Yeah.
Any questions on that topic at all?
No,
Rob?
but I generally, I just want the money used well.
Yeah.
Let's use it well, because I kind of think the whole lawsuit thing stuck some companies with full responsibility when there's a lot of other responsibility that could have gone around, to doctors and pharmacists and whatever. And basically the companies got bit. And I just cringe a little bit,
It's hard.
but the money's here.
Yeah.
Let's make sure we use it well.
And Rob, going back to your comment, what do you mean by being clear who we interview?
Well, you were saying that you're selecting with the RFP, you're selecting someone to do the full scope.
So Caroline will run the RFP, and they will send it out to the community.
Okay, so what is the selection committee?
The selection committee will review all the proposals that are submitted on the RFP and grade them, and then select which programs will get funding.
But then you said that,
So in that, as a member of the committee, if my organization were to
Put in a
present
proposal.
a proposal, I'd have to abstain, or I would not be a part of the.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't want a full committee of people that are proposing. I would want outside
Yes.
people then on the committee.
Yes.
And the reason why is you're sitting there at the table, obviously people are gonna lean towards helping you out.
Yeah.
And that's just how people are. That's something I don't like about LTAC, honestly, is it kind of just watching that, it's like you always get preferential treatment if you're part of the group. So just being cautious of that,
Absolutely.
just in case people ever
I appreciate that.
looked into it.
Something I've been thinking about. It is.
And I'm not saying you particularly.
No, it's anyone. It's anyone that's on the committee that would have that benefit, really. We'll do that. My next agenda item is office space. So just so you're aware, in Moses Lake, at our Moses Lake site, the office building, from my understanding, was built so they could expand in two different areas on the third floor. We have two wide open areas up there that it's about 3,300 square feet on both sides of the building. Third floor. And my understanding was previously the building was approved to be built because it had that ability to also expand. I'm now learning that it doesn't have that ability to expand because of the infrastructure was not put in, and the building can't carry the weight to have additional on top. So Kevin Schmidt has contacted the original architects and is scheduling an engineer for us to come in so I can get a definitive answer if that's possible or not possible to build out on those two sections. And if so, then we'd work out proposals on building out. If it's not possible, the other option is to go from the ground up and come over. I worry about the expense of that because then you're that's a whole other type of project. If we can do it, it's just really creating a shell and offices. And so if it's not possible for us to do that, then I need to be looking at outside space to move either an administrative team to be at a different location. They would open up parking and open up the office space. But I wanted to just let you know that we're in that process of getting a definitive answer on if that building can be expanded upon or if I need to start looking at spaces to move a part of the staff to so we can create some more room specifically in the Moses Lake office. It's a good problem to have because growth is great. It just is trying to find where we're going to put everybody. The other portion of this is our Royal City lease is up at the end of this December, so this year. And as of right now, we're going to go ahead and renew that lease. But we've run into some issues with the plumbing there. And we had a toilet that's been clogged, and we had a plumber come. They did a scope, everything, and then they found something stuck like 40 feet out of the building. We're able to correct it, but the landlord has been saying it's because we're flushing toilet paper and has requested that the staff put toilet paper in the trash next to the toilet. And I know that that's appropriate some places.
Wow,
But I
how
just-
Ukrainian.
You mean some countries,
Yes.
not places?
Yes. And but I feel like for a work environment, that's not appropriate.
How did they not,
So
they don't have good plumbing there?
now that we got it cleaned out, there's been no issue. So we're gonna see how this goes because there hasn't been an issue since we got everything cleaned out. So hopefully that was just what it was, and we're allowing staff to flush toilet paper.
Have some metal boxes in the corner of the bathrooms
I
now?
know, right? So I just wanted you aware of that if this does continue to be an issue, we're gonna look for new space. The problem is there's not much in Royal City.
That's not a newer building?
Yeah.
They just didn't do the plumbing well, or what?
I don't know. I'm hoping that this solves, that clearing that out is gonna solve it, but I'm just having the back of my mind that we need to be looking for somewhere else in the future. So,
Okay.
You have signs up as far as, no feminine napkins going down or anything like that, just toilet paper.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of times that's what happens.
That's been added, so. I've felt the staff, yeah,
You were like, wrong place.
yes, so.
What's your rent there?
Gosh, I have to look at it, but it's right about $2 a square foot.
Month or year?
It's not, we're on like month to month.
Pretty good.
It's a 3-year lease, but I've looked at a space over on Yanazawa that potentially could, in Moses Lake, that could be available. I'd see that more as if we moved administrative staff or staff that aren't client facing. So I could see that as an opportunity as well.
For the first issue.
Yeah, for the first issue, so. Anyhow, rural city, just the tough part is there's just other places we could potentially go. And so it's waiting for something to be available or looking at what we could possibly do. But this is just to inform you.
Dell, I did reach out to the fire department because they purchased a building and they leased some of it to the port, but they did not have any available space. I have been trying to look around and look for things, but you're right, there's not a whole lot of availability. There could be some movement here, so he's building a shop, so there might be a building, but it's not going to be for, later in the year.
Yeah. Thank you for following up on that. I appreciate it. And then
Are all the churches in the area being utilized? Because sometimes those come up for sale,
good point.
Where there's potential.
Yeah, I don't know of any churches for sale. They're all being utilized.
Okay.
And then my last agenda item is a program called On Call. This is a software program that goes along with our electronic medical record called Credible. This software program gives it adds a portal to the program so that all clients that we serve can access the portal. So much like if you get your healthcare and you have like a K chart or a medical chart that you can access and you can message your provider, you can see results of tests and those kind of things. On Call is specific to that type of a thing. It also tracks your confirmation calls, sends out reminders for appointments. And so this program, we did not budget for 2025 for this program. We became aware of it in August, did the demo last month, and looked more into this. It is a program that we would like to add to it, because I think it would really benefit our client populations for having this portal available that they can log into. They get appointment updates, have access to their progress notes, things that are happening in their counseling sessions. And it's a great way for them to stay informed and connect with their providers. So working with Qualifax, they're the program that hosts this electronic medical record that we have. They have submitted a proposal to us on how much it'll cost. And so I asked, because we do have a pretty decent net profit this year, if there are any discounts we could get if we went ahead and just paid upfront this year for 2025. And so I'm waiting for that back, but let me just share with you the amounts that we're looking at. Let's see. So it'd be annually $129,000. So the cost would be $116.99 per provider per month. Times that times 92 of our providers. So I just wanted you aware that I'm gonna submit a proposal to Rebecca for review, and if we have approval to pay for it this year, then that'll get us through 2025 and we build it into the 2026 budget. So just as an FYI, I'm trying to sneak one through.
Would you, and you have the funding,
Yes.
and probably would require budget extension?
We're not going over any
Oh, okay.
line item or even.
Not going over your original budget for
No.
2024?
No, we're projecting a net profit of about 4.5 million. So we've got some room if they'll accept an upfront payment. It's a great resource, great benefit to the clients, really enhances that experience for them. So just thought, if we could get to add it in, that'd be terrific. And that's all I have for you this morning.
Okay.
Anything for me?
I have nothing. Cindy?
Either.
No, thanks, Dell, for everything you do, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to y'all as well. Appreciate you.
Okay, then, we're gonna go into recess now, and we'll be back at 10 a.m. with Brett Hill for public defense. Good morning. We're back out of recess and here with a public defense update with Brett Hill. Protocol today, Brett, is to carry on a little conversation and say, what are you thankful for?
What am I thankful for?
Tell me one thing you're thankful
Thankful
for.
for a pretty good job. How's that?
Oh, wow. That was quick. That was to the
I mean,
point.
it's true.
All right. Well,
It could be a lot worse.
we're thankful for having you. Brett, go ahead.
Yeah, well, we're kind of winding down, end of year stuff and, I guess the real report is budget wise, my budget's in really good shape. I mean, there's no problems there. Some line items are different than I thought they would be, but, the overall budget is just fine. And, I don't know, I wish it was a little closer because that means I would have had a couple more attorneys working in my office all year, but at any rate, that's kind of where we're at. Our caseloads are pretty decent. The caseloads are in district court, they're going to be quite a little bit higher than last year, but sort of evening out to a sort of a pre-COVID level, I think, more than anything. It's kind of weird to still be talking about COVID, but that's, but the caseloads were really strange through that period and difficult to predict. Our Superior Court are actually a little bit lower than we've been, which is nice because we've had more difficult cases, more time-consuming cases.
Is there a big backlog in Superior Court?
You mean of chargings?
Yeah, prosecuting.
Well, I don't know. I'm not in that office, but in the prosecutor's office. I don't know that there is. I mean, I've seen some things getting charged recently that are old cases. So, they may be working on that. But, yeah, usually not so much in Superior Court. District Court sometimes, because they're short lawyers, whatever, they get, some referrals come in and those kind of sit on the desk for a while and those kind of sit around for a while sometimes until they have a chance to catch up.
So they're down a little from pre-COVID, is what you're saying, Superior?
In Superior Court, I didn't bring that list, but, well, yeah, we've been as high as, 800 cases a year, but right now I think we're operating at about 450 to predict at the end of the year. But that's kind of been a trend and there's been a downward trend for several years. And I'm not the social scientist to try to help you with why that is, but there's a lot of different reasons. And one reason obviously is the Blake decision and the controlled substance cases. I think at one point here last year we decided that that was about a third of the cases that we were handling were controlled substance cases. And we don't handle those in Superior Court now. There have been more chargings though in misdemeanor, in district court controlled substance cases. For a while there just weren't any at all, but they are charging people now with controlled substance. I think part of their issue is still getting the lab results back in time, so they're not super concerned about charging stuff. But some of those are, like they'll get a charging request and they'll wait for the lab report. So they won't even charge until they get the lab report, which is probably the right way to do that.
Obviously, there's controversy out there across the nation. Some saying, oh, crime's down. Others go, well, crime is down because you're not charging a lot of things and because our rules changed and you're not calling things crimes.
Right, yeah.
So crime is way up if you consider old standards, so there's this controversy out there.
No, there is. And no, that's right. And in fact, that's since I've been around, that's really been an issue is if, especially on a federal level, if the Department of Justice wants to show that crime's down, they just kind of changed the definitions and, usually it's a violent crime, quote unquote. They just change the definitions and then they get the numbers they like. And then if they want it to show, maybe it's in a budget year, they change it. So it looks like it's,
Cause I mean, on the street, people are saying.
it kind of
Up. I mean.
it kind of feels like it. Yeah, our numbers don't really show that, but it feels that way, yeah.
Reporting the fact that somebody broke into their garage to steal something so they can get opioids, then.
Well,
you're not gonna get any.
Yeah, judging from the, just, and this is just anecdotal to me, but judging from the types of crimes that we see coming, I believe there's a lot fewer home invasion style crimes. And I think that just has to do with everybody has cameras on their house. I think the criminals have figured out they're gonna get busted going into somebody's house.
And a whole bunch of people in the last 5 or 6 years have purchased personal protection.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah, no, yeah, and I think that combination, I mean, you used to see, probably 10, 15 years ago, just had tons of home burglary. People would come home from, some event and their home had been broken into. And you just don't see that as often anymore, unless it's, it's a family member after a certain person, right? That kind of thing. Usually a domestic violence kind of a thing.
I know that, like the property owners in downtown Moses Lake, for instance, Rob, you're one of them, it's hard to.
Does it feel like that's
You got
up?
cameras up, but it ain't stopping.
Doesn't stop it, yeah.
No, what's the deal? If I have a no trespass sign, then that can get bigger charges if they're caught in there?
No, it would just be easier to prove that they weren't supposed to be in there, right?
The chain link fence with the barbed wire isn't.
Well,
I have a lot of theft,
yeah,
and I don't know what I do about it.
yeah,
I fenced it, barbed wired it, lit it,
yeah.
cambered it, in hopes that I could move stuff from my house to a commercial property. But anything I put there gets, they steal propane tanks off it, they'll steal a generator off it.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the statute for trespass is just simply you can't be on somebody else's property. I mean that's where it starts. Then there's exceptions to that rule. Walmart, you're an invitee and they invite you in. Well, they can revoke that at any time, and then we get trespass notice. Clients get trespass notices when they're shoplifting or whatever, and things like that. And so, generally that's the thing. And then of course you have ingress and egress of your home. It really is trespassing if somebody goes around the back of your house. But they can go, they're invited to your front door by theory, right? But if you have a big trespass sign out there, then it's clear that they're not welcome. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's just a matter of degree of proof. And there is an exception that I've seen used effectively a couple times, but a trespass, it's if you could get a hold of it says if the reasonable person would believe if you get a hold of the owner, if you were able to get a hold of the owner would give you permission. That's a complete defense to a trespass.
Gotcha.
So if you have fences around, it wouldn't be very reasonable to believe that, you know what I mean? That the owner would have given you permission to come on the property. So, yeah. Anyway, also end of year, what I'm working on is we've got several contracts to be renewed. And I've been in the middle of that, and I'm sort of redrafting them a little bit because of the uncertainty of what our caseload limits might be at the end of the year. And so I'm changing them from certain numbers to percentages of what the maximum caseload would be, and that kind of thing. And so we're working through that a little bit, changing some of the language that we've had in our services agreements for a long time. And we've our agreements in juvenile court have been sort of put on hold a little bit so that I can kind of figure out what we intend to do.
Did you get your comments into the Supreme Court on the caseload standards?
I decided not to actually write a letter.
Well, I just call them personally.
What's that?
Call them each personally?
No, I didn't do that. Well, it had to do with my being on the board at WDA and how strongly I was wording things, and we sort of made
You just felt better.
we sort of made an agreement that we needed to have a more unified front, that kind of thing, even though I was.
It sounds like there was plenty of comments.
Yes.
Plenty of negative comments about
Oh, for sure.
new caseload standards.
And I think the strongest, as I've been thinking more about it, the strongest, and I know it's in front of them and they're considering this. One of the strongest comments is that, they're worried about this, quality of life of a public defender. Well, what is the Supreme Court worried about that for? That doesn't have anything to do with their function, right? Their function is to ensure justice. And ultimately, whether somebody gets effective assistance of counsel comes down to when the case is over, they analyze the case and decide whether they had effective assistance of counsel. So it's just sort of come out, and people have been kind of arguing that the fact that it's not your role, that is the Supreme Court's role, to even say what a maximum caseload is. Their job is to decide whether somebody who's been convicted
Because they lacked appropriate counsel.
has had effective assistance of counsel. That's what they should be ruling on. Now the problem with that is that they have some authority over the State Bar Association and the licensing of lawyers, and so it's that role that they like to use, because lawyers aren't regulated by the state; they're regulated ultimately by the Supreme Court through the State Bar Association. So that's a difficult. Just appeared to me that I think the justices are kind of dragging their feet.
Did you listen in on the last?
Only for a few minutes. Yeah. I don't know. Did you listen to the whole thing?
No,
No.
I didn't.
I mean, that's been kind of the feeling. I think they feel like they've got a lot of political pressure to go along and do it. And I'm not sure they feel like they really ought to, but they.
What's the danger? They ain't gonna get voted out of the Supreme Court. It just doesn't happen.
That's right.
Just doesn't happen.
So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any idea. It just feels to me like if they were gonna just do it like it was proposed, they would have just done it in the first place. I mean,
Maybe there's a good sign.
Well, yeah, I've been fooled before. It's kind of like in our job when you're waiting for a jury, and you're trying to sit there and think, oh, it's good that they took a long time, then they come back, rule against you right away, or whatever. How do you know? But yeah, so that's where we're at. So yeah,
talking about your contracts being renewed.
Mhm.
One of them came before us 2-3 weeks ago, and we just basically said we don't think contracts that you're looking at need to go to the PAO. It probably shouldn't. So we're just taking your word for it that been
Okay.
vetted appropriately from your standpoint. Is that,
I think so.
that's the right way to do it?
I did send one to Rebecca just because there's a checkbox that says I should, I think. And I kind of wanted her input, and it was a safe one to do. It's a new investigator that we're signing on.
Yeah, we're just not,
And
we were just thinking things that could be a conflict of any interest between the two. We thought,
well, and that's what I did, is I sent it to them and just said, if you can look at, one thing that they were just concerned about, which, I mean, I have control of, no problem, is to make sure we had the $1.2 million liability clause in there. And the lawyers they're used to providing the insurance. And most of them have already had $1 million plus.
yeah.
And
And that's really what we gotta,
and
and that doesn't, if you just question the insurance, we have Tom and Kurt looking at that. So.
yeah, and we're hanging on.
And
It
says $1.2 million for professional services.
Well, we still have some of the old ones that, that are under contract that are lower, but yeah, from here on out. And they've all been notified. I've told them, I said, why don't you, and several of them just went and upped their insurance immediately just to do it. Because it's on that professional liability insurance, it's only a matter of $100 a year.
To up it from 1 to 2.
To up it from half, like $500,000 to $1.2 million. And so, in fact, when I've been at this job more than 10 years now, but I always had more than $1 million per, just because it was less than $100 to have that much more. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I always thought everybody was crazy to have that minimum when it's that cheap to get more. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, that's where we're at now. We have several district court expires at the end of the year. Juvenile court expires at the end of the year. Our interpreters, we're gonna need to get our interpreters redone. That one's always a tricky one. Because we end up paying, the amount is more of an opportunity cost. For example, we need them all day, Mondays and Tuesdays, in 2 or 3 different courts. Because when we need them, then we need them, but we don't always use them, and so we end up paying them for all day, even though they work maybe half a day sometimes, and things like that. It's a little tricky because these guys they really are available to us. So we gotta kind of pay them enough just to make them available to us.
Right. And isn't some of it just the fact that if they come in, you don't know exactly how it's gonna roll, and you need them right away, but you don't know, you might need them the rest of the day, so.
Yeah. No, that's right.
Could come up.
No, that's right. And we gotta pay them just to be on call is what you'd say. And we do, and we've always had it, been this way since I started, was we have a 2-hour minimum call out,
Well, if you call them in for a trial and then you go, okay, we're done with that one, and they go home, and then later in the day, you have to have them for another one.
Yeah.
That's more money to have them come back, right?
Yeah, so it's always a tricky one because really they do a little bit of DSHS stuff and that too. They make a little other income, but we got to kind of pay them enough that we're their first priority and that. But on the other hand, we want to be careful with taxpayer dollars and not just pay somebody to do nothing after we.
Yeah.
So it's a little tricky. And the tricky part is we're not getting more interpreters in the state it just seems like people aren't certifying as court certified interpreters. I mean, we're kind of.
Most of them are Hispanic, right?
Yes,
Do you
but not
have, do
always.
you have qualified Ukrainian, Russian interpreters?
We do not right now. We call them in from elsewhere. And with technology, it's a little better because we can get them on the
Oh, that's
on the
true.
Zoom and that.
They wouldn't even have to come.
You know, I mean, they would have, if you're having a trial
Yeah.
or like a contested motion hearing or something, you gotta have them here. But yeah, when it gets hard is when you're doing for example, in district court, we've had some recently where you have maybe two co-defendants and you have witnesses that are Spanish. And so we've got to, the court's got to get their interpreters in for the witnesses, and we've got to get our interpreters in for the co-defendants, and they've got to have different interpreters
Oh,
because they're talking with the lawyers.
oh,
And so when you're doing trials and things like that. And so, and we've really only got, in the county, really, we've only got the two court certified interpreters. We do have Ben, in fact, he's in my office right now, and he has taken the test 2 or 3 times. He's waiting for the results on his last one here. And there are times we can use non-court certified interpreters, and we use Ben as much as we can. Of course, it's cheaper because he's not certified.
is he, are you saying he's in your office means he's
No,
he's a contract one?
Right. He
Oh, okay.
actually works for our contracted interpreter.
Oh, okay.
He bills Jose Castillo bills his work.
All right. Is that, you closed your book? That must be all.
Well, all I had was our case, showing our caseloads per attorney. We were a little worried here a little bit ago, but we're fine now. I'm interviewing a gentleman Monday, hopefully. I don't know if that will work out or not, but to replace our, the district court took one of our lawyers to be their court commissioner. So I'm pretty mad at the district court judges right now. Anyway, good job for her, but bad for me.
Okay, well, we will go into recess then, and we'll be back at 11 a.m. for our update about the jail and morgue.
they're asking us for us. We'll definitely be the ones that order for you. So.
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. We're back in session. It's 11:03, and we're going to do a jail and morgue financing update. Actually, process update.
Yeah.
Commissioners, you have 2 call-in users.
Good.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining. So yesterday, I have a proposal to start this off with. Yesterday, I provided the up-to-date costs during the 311 stakeholders meeting. To date, we've spent
The 117.
yeah,
Stakeholders.
sorry, yeah. So for this year, for 2024, we've spent $34,667,352.37. Since the inception, we're at $37,276,340.21. And we talked about this quite a bit yesterday, and it dawned on me that if I'm going to be the one that, as you said, Danny, kind of plopped in my lap, I'd like to merge the 2 meetings and just do the 311 stakeholders meeting at the beginning of this meeting. And that way you get time back, and that's one less meeting. And it's a short enough meeting that we can discuss it all during this meeting and then have everybody together. And that way the prosecutor and the other ones are also getting a jail update. So.
You fine with that, Rob?
Yeah, I don't really have an issue with it.
Okay. All
Did you, Kaylin, did you catch that?
Make sure you let them know that you're doing that.
Well, okay. So, and I was gonna put together a PowerPoint, I just didn't get time, so I'm just gonna do it this way. Kevin got a good picture this morning as he's coming out of Walmart of the jail. It looks like a small city going up over there. It's kind of funny, the angle that he's at. I don't know why the pod looks as big as it does. It's not that big. It looks like it's twice the size as it is.
I'm curious, where it's that frame is, what is that?
Which, go ahead and go.
On the right.
You mean the cement pouring machine?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is part of the sheriff's office. Yeah, the sheriff, well, I'll get to that in a second here. So I took some more pictures and I'll go through them. But the crews are working hard to try and dry in as much as possible. I walked around quite a bit this morning and there's a lot of water and they're doing 3 different concrete pours today. That in combination with block walls and the cold temperatures, man, it is frigid on that job site. It really is. The inner areas are starting to take shape. Like I said, I've got a few photos. The booking areas in the infirmary have continued to develop. And today they're pouring the rest of the central energy plant slab. The foundations for the sheriff's office will all be complete today for the entire alternate. And the mezzanine level of the pod in control room B. So that, if you remember when we toured, as you go into where the pods are, where all the cells are, there's a floor level control room where you can see, but there's a mezzanine level where you can see everything, and that concrete was being poured today. So that's kind of cool. I think it was already done. So they're making great progress, and they really want to get that dried in and start moving some heat through there so they can keep working through the winter. Have a couple of minor change orders that are taking form. We needed more access controls. As we went through the door schedule, there are quite a few doors that we needed to have access control on that were not originally identified. And that's actually really expensive. It's about $160,000 to get all of those added in once you add all of the costs, all of the trades, but they needed to be done. And there's a second change order that Leidig has, but they have to pay for it out of their contingency because they should have caught it on constructability reviews. And there was some door frames and some door types, and they missed that. So they have to pay for that. These doors that we're paying for, and we can pay for that out of our contingency. It won't change the contract price. These were identified by us afterwards, after we did a doors walkthrough and talked about all the locks. And then we went through all of them. We had to figure out the locking sequence and who was going to have access where. And as we were going through the 300 some odd doors that are in this building, that was like, wait a minute.
That's a lot of doors.
Those all need access control. We have to be able to, monitor and report on who did and didn't access those rooms. So that was a big component of it. Everyone's caught up on RFIs, and currently there are about 90 people on site. We expect that once it's dried in and all the block layers are complete, which they're working to I mean, they're moving. We'll be upwards of 200 people on site. Most of the crews this week are working abbreviated schedules, but the block layers are working all the way through. The only day they're not working is Thanksgiving. Otherwise, they're there every day. Some other pictures of the jail here.
I haven't seen it with the walls up on the second pod yet.
So they haven't, so yeah, all it is that center, it's completely framed in. It's almost like an island in midair. It's kind of wild to see how it's done. This is kind of an oblique looking from, again, Walmart. You're looking to the southeast. And this is looking from the opposite end, from the cul-de-sac at the end, as you pull in, looking towards the northeast. That's the second pod that's going up. So this is actually part of the Sally Port here. You're actually in the Sally Port looking into to that second pod. They're getting the RCL up on the far side, so I would imagine in another 2 weeks that'll be completely dried in. Both pods will be dried in. They're starting to get the roof structure in place. This is looking into the booking area from the Sally Port, so you're starting to see the roof trusses go in, which is exciting because that means they're getting that much closer.
What is that height?
I'm sorry?
What is that height?
That height is
22 feet at the ceiling,
here,
or 17 feet.
17 feet here. Yeah.
High spot,
So
22 feet.
almost 3 times the height of an average person.
Mhm.
Okay.
About twice as high as what we have currently in our intake area.
So it's cool to see that going in. This is the last. They're pouring concrete today. That's the elevator pit in the sheriff's office. But this is the last of the footings for the 2-story alternate. And then this is looking towards. This is on the north side of it, looking at the dried-in pod. And this is the concrete in the central energy plant that's going in, and they're just finishing that up. It's impressive how much concrete they got poured in before winter.
Medical.
Did you guys hear about the project the city's got? They poured the concrete for the base of their new water tower. It was 1,500 yards of concrete. They started Sunday morning at 2 a.m. and they went straight 17 hours. Truck after truck after truck after truck. After truck. 17 hours.
Oh.
Yeah, they had trucks from Moses Lake, Quincy, and somewhere else that were trying to keep up. It was, and they'd gone through. The city did a great job. The city went and knocked on doors. Somebody started to talk about it on Facebook, and one of the neighbors was like, "Wait a minute." The city came through weeks ago, knocked on all the doors, talked to all the neighbors, made sure everybody knew what was going on, and everybody knew what was happening. So everybody was good with it. We all knew it was coming. We're all out here watching it. So great job by the city. Yeah. Well, but everybody expected it, right? So it wasn't a surprise to anybody.
Otherwise, the noise variance would kick in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was nice communication.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. So that's, looking into the infirmary area there. And then this is just from between the infirmary and the pod, and that's the central energy plant. They're finishing that concrete there. And then this is that second deck that they poured. So this is the concrete floor. They couldn't get a pumper truck in there, so they did that with buckets going up some stairs.
Wow. Are you serious?
How else do you get it up there? Yeah.
They couldn't even say, you have those genie lifts things, you put a whole bunch of buckets on it and then lift it, at least.
By the time you get all that set up, they're gonna be done. They had probably 60 guys that are ready to go, right? We're just, everybody grab a bucket, so. Again, looking at the second pod A, which is, I know it should be pod B, but it's pod A. That was the last of it. So. Anyway, so it's really taking shape. It's moving pretty well. No big issues. Abbreviated work schedules. It's going to be pretty quiet out there towards the end of the week. As far as the roundabout goes, Dow sent the channelization plan and the intersection control evaluation to the DOT for review and approval. They also have sent the traffic study, not just for us, but the PUD's traffic study to the DOT. So the DOT's got all the information they need, but they have not given us a timeline on how long it's going to take to review and complete that. As soon as they review it and they get back to us and say it's okay, then we'll start the hard design and they'll work to put that out to bid and get it done in the spring, which would be really great.
This spring,
Next, yeah.
25?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's scheduled for spring, summer of 25, so.
okay. Yeah, it's because cities, Moses Lake's roundabout. To get that approved from the state.
Yeah, well, and we're still, the DOT has indicated that they're supposed to be executing a contract with the county to do this work, but I haven't heard anything about it. They keep telling us, well, once we review this, then we'll start the contract, and they do, and then nothing happens. So I just kind of keep waiting for them they're writing it, they're bringing it to us, so. Any questions on the jail or the roundabout? You have anything?
No, that place is exploding. I mean, it is. I cannot keep track of it. I haven't been here much of the last month, but you can't even keep updated on that thing.
They're moving pretty good.
So when we
It's
talk about
impressive.
17 feet tall, we're talking about then some drop down for the heating, cooling system from that down to distance, or is that from that point up that the system of
From that
the
point
central
up. That's all,
control?
yeah.
Okay, that's quite a distance for someone trying to escape.
Well, so the central control area where they have that wood structure, that's completely different from where it is. We're talking about the 7 feet and 22, or 17 and 22. The 17 feet and 22 feet, that's in the intake area. The overall height in the pod area where the central control room is,
I don't know what that is, but they're all in our cells. The day room, it's 20,
yeah, it's
So PD giving
31
us
feet.
a good rate for this?
31 or 32 feet.
yeah, it's high.
But those are all the cells and they're all in cell blocks.
Have you not been out yet?
Not at all for any structure,
Man, you can take them out when we go out next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
as long as it's before December 5th.
Before December 5th.
So-
That's the goal.
So moving on to the morgue. Okay, so we've been discussing this at some length and I do believe we need to look hard at other properties. Daryl sent me parcels that he thinks we should consider, but I also, talked to Craig last night and he would like to look at Randolph Road. I would like to look at Randolph Road. We've got 10.9 acres out there.
I thought it was 8.9.
No, it's 10.9.
10.9.
The advantages to that are, it was one of our site studies for the jail. So we've already got a leg up on some of the civil and what it's gonna take. Vivian Ramsey from the city of Moses Lake called me back this morning and said it's good to go for zoning. We don't, the only thing we're gonna have to do is sign an annexation agreement that, once we hook up to services, they're gonna annex that chunk of property, so we're in the city limits, which, okay, fine. But it's got sewer and water at the property. So it's, if the county commissioners want to decide to put the morgue there and just not even worry about the school district, Craig's good with it. He doesn't think it's a very long way to go. And we already own the land and we can get started on it right away.
Yeah, that's probably a
That
good
saves us money.
option.
That saves us money.
The school district is not being easy to work with.
No.
The only downside is the port's dreams for that property. That would probably put a pretty good hamper on.
I think they could still work around that. I know that that's a part of it, but the director that was pushing that is no longer there and it's just kind of died on the vine. And really, what's the timeline for that?
Well, they still bring it up every time I am there.
Well, they could be subdivided and let them have the rest. We take.
Well, yeah, the idea with long term would be hotel, restaurant, gas station. So
More
coroner's office next door.
Well, but if they think about that, I think I've got those. I mean, well, I don't want to bring it up, so, but,
Yeah.
they put the gas station right next to the coroner's office, right?
Hey, the coroner's office is very inconspicuous.
It is,
It's very clean, very nice.
it is,
I mean, Spokane's, I didn't realize, it was gonna
yeah,
be what it was when I went in.
yeah.
It's kind of innocuous. It
Oh, yeah.
blends in the cityscape well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed.
Yeah, just nice. It had full-size walls, so you when you drive by, you don't even notice it. The name on the front just says medical examiner or Spokane County Medical Examiner or something. And you go in, everything's normal. It's just not until you go into the refrigeration
That's when you notice it.
that's when you know where you are.
Yep. So I would propose to the county commissioners that we make that decision and move forward with it. I know that Cindy's not here, but I'd like to forward that to you guys for consideration. If you'd like me to send that to you on a consent item.
I'd like to look out, you have an hour?
Yeah.
Can we look at the property?
Cause I'm thinking like Rob, that we position.
It's split, isn't it?
No, it's this entire parcel
I
right
thought we
here.
had to the left also.
No.
Or do we have to the right?
Nope, it's this entire.
It's just that piece? I thought we had two pieces.
No, let me do it this way. Let me do it a different way.
You go to the
It's
county
completely different
website.
spot than I thought. Okay,
Hold on.
Must be like a little parking right
that's
there.
all right. No, I guess the picture's confusing. I'm trying to remember where exactly the armory is to get my bearings.
Across the road.
Right across the street.
So that must have been north.
You were
Yeah,
looking at it
yeah.
from the north.
It's this parcel right here.
What about right across the street there?
Oops, all right. Don't want to.
Okay, armory.
So it's, so this
Okay.
part, yeah, so it's this entire chunk right here. Which is 10.9 acres. There's 8-inch sewer that runs right here. And there's water that goes along the road, so. And we've already even got access right here. I think there's just a ton of options there.
Yeah, what I would say in that location would be laying it out for future development. Because once you put one building there, it'll probably happen in the future.
Well, if money were no object, right, and I had my druthers, right, so it would be, I would move the corner and the health district, and I would move veterans. So it would be.
You could move new homes, you can move.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it wouldn't be a very large building to move the health district and have veterans in there as well, and it's a good location. It's in between Moses, and it's not too far out of Moses Lake. It's not too far out of Ephrata. It's not too far really for anybody to go. I know that I have an interested buyer in the health district building. And I would love to, be done with the Ivy Street Professional Association. No disrespect to those folks, but it's a weird setup.
That'd be youth services also.
Yeah.
How big is this parcel?
So that would be my suggestion to the county commissioners, is to go forward and use this as the parcel to build a new coroner's office. I know that Craig is good with that. And then, of course, as we get into the design, we can talk with the architect. And we've already got an architect selected, and it's the same architect that did the site study. So
I think the west side, this is the only access, nothing along here.
no, you have, this is access right here.
That's what I'm saying, that's the only access on that property right now.
Right now, but it would not be difficult to cut in another access.
Yeah, I mean, what about right in here and leaving some for,
What other development? Future development or what have you, yeah. I think,
what is this? Who owns that?
might just be part of the right of way, I don't know.
It's attached to this property, isn't it?
No, it's a right of way. It's a road right of way.
Oh, but I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about this.
Well, it's just not laid out right. The survey is probably different than this.
Part of the development of this is we have to do a boundary survey and just make sure that we know exactly what our corners are, so. But we can also, since we know the approximate size of the building, we can have the architect lay it out 3 or 4 different ways on there for us to look at, you know, and if you want to involve other community partners and what their thoughts are, we can do that as well, you know, so if you want to invite the court into the
Just
conversation.
be Port and Big Bend, that'd be all
Yeah.
I'd be concerned with.
Yeah, and I think there's opportunity for Big Bend there. I think that the corner is already doing classes at CB Tech, and I think that Big Bend would be interested in access to the corner to do classes there as well, so.
Probably you might be able to work out internships, in my
Yeah,
opinion,
exactly.
with BBC students as far as medical examining. There must be a medical examiner assistant
They
or
have-
something.
Nursing classes and
Yeah.
they're,
Yeah.
they
And Craig loves those partnerships, you know, so I think that's just an excellent opportunity.
Yes, good.
No, I take it that this picture is not, is that was something that for the people listening in?
Yeah, this is, yeah, we're.
So
this is live
they see
online.
this too?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we're live, so. Anyway, so that's everything I have on the morgue, and if you'd like, I can do a consent letter, send it so that all 3 commissioners consider it and we can have public comment, you know. But I think that's our,
Well, it's a good location for north.
Yeah.
Ephrata. Quincy still have to go through Ephrata until we have that alternative route.
Well, if you talk about this morgue becoming potentially a regional type medical
Mhm.
examiner situation, it's right off 17. It's just,
Yeah, other counties can access that just as easy.
and you should talk to Craig about that. I asked Craig about that last night. I said, I'd like to put that conversation to bed, right? Twice I've heard, you know, Tom Dent say, you know, have you talked to this county or that county, and it should be regional. But we're already doing autopsies for those counties. So I think today they have 5 autopsies, and 2 of them are Grant, and 1 is Adams, 1 is Kittitas, and 1 is something else. Because this is where the forensic
What you're saying-
pathologist is.
what you're saying is we already do this, but what I'm saying is that where they're coming now, this is gonna be just as accessible.
Exactly.
Even maybe preferable for somebody from Douglas County.
What, do they ever fly them in on the airplanes? I mean, cause
They
they
just transport.
well, they don't, okay.
Yeah, they're all, so our bottleneck is that in the state of Washington, there's a single one forensic pathologist.
Oh, wow.
So if you need to have an autopsy done, that one person is the only one that can do it in the state. So if you're in Vancouver, Washington, you find out where the forensic pathologist is, and that's where you send your body for the autopsy.
I have a different interpretation of that, Tom,
Oh, okay.
because I thought Craig was able to do autopsies, just not in criminal cases. Like, I mean, Craig did my father's
Yeah.
autopsy, just passing away as an elderly gentleman.
Did
Is
he-
a
but-
forensic pathologist one that deals with
Like
criminal cases?
criminal cases, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so my mistake there, so making that delineation.
I just wanted to clarify in my own mind too. Again, may have had a different understanding or different knowledge.
But so my understanding though is that all of the coroner's offices in the state have got this agreement, and they charge each other for the transport fee and stuff, but it's really minimal. I mean, it's basically,
Yeah, he said it was.
yeah. it's
And I've
basically
seen a lot
nothing.
more monies come in this year for coroner expenses.
Well, I mean, you have to get it done, right? So I know that he's had to send calling patients to other counties, to wherever that forensic pathologist was, you know, and
Well, some of these are from, money's from the state for reimbursement.
and last year, the forensic pathology, here's the worst part about it. Last year, the forensic pathology program nationally graduated 14 students. Washington State had a shot at 3 of them. None of them selected Washington State as a place to go. It's the most expensive medical track in medical school, and it's the longest medical track in medical school. And it's the least paying, it pays the least out of all the medical disciplines.
Interesting.
So it's an uphill climb to fill that space.
Pay more, get paid less, yeah, the ROIs.
Well,
So Bones, she was not very well off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and we got a lot of this information, we went and toured the Spokane County medical examiner's office, and they talked about it quite a bit. It was like, oh my gosh, and that's a busy place.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it was. I know a
It
lot.
seems like that,
More than one.
it seems like they should make some legislative changes in that process, because I find a lot more value in a lot more, wow, I'm gonna parse my words here carefully. To me, it's a lot more important that we figure out how to heal sick people who are alive than trying to ascertain what took place to cause a death. Why is the education longer and more expensive? It's just like,
Probably because the distance they go in the autopsy would be my guess. Prescribing something and cutting something open and looking into it's probably two different things.
It's an interesting conversation to have with Craig, because you don't.
but the
You're
insurance isn't as much, because you don't pay the malpractice, because the person that's already passed away isn't gonna.
Well, none of this stuff is.
Lost here.
None of this stuff is at the top of the news cycle, right? So, and nobody thinks about it. And I know I would have never thought about it until, hey, guess what? We're gonna build a coroner's office, right? And then you start getting into all this stuff and it's like, oh, man.
Interesting questions. I don't have answers. I'm just
No, I think that's a
talking
good
out
spot.
loud, asking out
Yeah,
loud.
we already own it.
Yeah,
You
we
can
already.
go to work on it now. You
We
don't have
can
to wait. You don't have
we
to
can
play
still leave
games.
there's some valuable, I see the port's desire for that property, more big things.
So
They wanted it, buy it.
I don't think the port realized,
They've been asking to buy it since I got here.
and they didn't realize that until we came out with the site study for the jail. And that's when it became public that, the county's got this chunk of land over in the middle of the port. And that's when I think that's when they started asking, hey, we want that.
Cause I was looking at the south of the road, about that strip, the two parcels. Just south of that parcel. And if we
these two here.
had put those two together,
That bigger one right there was only 239,000, the one on the east side of that road.
but also the
And no water.
armory, if the armory was wishing to, they got a lot of space when are they gonna, what goals do they have for that space? The
That's
armory,
this year.
the property north of the armory. Seems like another great location.
Well,
And if the port buys that, then we use a lease agreement with the armory.
at least,
The armory was coming back to Grant County. Isn't that where Mini Mac's at?
I have no idea. No idea.
Mac used to be.
That used to be Mini Mac's house.
Yes.
So I thought that comes back to Grant County next year.
Really? I, no idea.
I think Jerry said that.
The one on the left,
Yeah.
171049016.
Cause just
Owned
north
by
of the
Port
actual
District
armory
number
building
10.
would be a good spot as well.
So if it's owned by the Port District, are they leasing that?
Leasing it to the state, you mean?
I don't, Caitlin, is Barb in yet?
Yes, Barb is in.
I do see the hesitancy of the port on how they want that, have that available. Cause if the port with that armory property can be a location, then
These lots.
We hit that one, that bigger one,
This one here,
now down.
this one?
Yeah. Does the LDS still own that?
W Farm LLC.
Go next to that one. Who's that say?
Everett Dominion.
Okay, I think it's sold then. Yeah, it's sold.
which of those prices of those things are gonna be up there?
No, it was 230,000.
Well, a lot of them have these assessed values, that are really low. And
No,
then,
that's what it's sold for.
yeah, you start talking.
Do you know anything about the armory? I thought Jerry had
Right up
told me
here.
that is getting given back to Grant County.
I don't recall anything about that.
Okay, I just thought maybe you had the knowledge on that.
You like those?
Okay. Do you want me to look into that?
If you would, yeah.
Okay, if the it's county property?
I thought it got reverted back to the county, is what I was told.
Right now, it says Port District 10.
On the GIS maps? Oh,
What did the port,
okay, yeah, I'll find out.
what we wanna do a little switcheroo in compensation to us to buy our property and then.
I'm trying to avoid a delay.
Yeah. No, I think putting it in that corner with that entrance is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. That would be easy.
And you have the services you need there,
If you were to,
which out there, that's what your problem becomes, is water.
I'm just messing around here.
What do you think, Mr. Heston?
Well, I had no idea. This port on that ground, first of all, that's a good chunk of ground.
I mean, that's almost 11,000 square feet right there.
And the building we're talking about is 12?
Maybe 10.
10 to 12.
Yeah, 10 to 12, so that kind of gives you an idea how could you orient that? And really, I mean, there's just a million options
We're
there.
off with the 32nd.
The real question of the day is the state gonna make you put a roundabout at 17 in Randolph?
No,
I mean, just, they wanna put roundabouts everywhere, right? I mean, you gotta put a morgue, you gotta put a roundabout in.
Too soon?
For some reason, I don't think the morgue is gonna attract that much traffic.
I don't know, during the viewing process.
anyway. Let's see. So, moving on from that, I need to email Victor Lombardi back and let him know I haven't heard back anyone in the modular building world on animal outreach. So I'm kind of back in square one on that, trying to figure out. It's hard to just kind of go for it, which I think they want us to do, but I can only go so far without hiring somebody and paying for a design. But then I was thinking about that this morning. We should probably have some kind of an MOU, because once we start this, we're kind of spending somebody else's money. It's not ours. That's ARPA dollars and grant that was given to Grant County Animal Outreach, not Grant County. So how would I do that?
We're in the process of pulling back ours.
Oh,
It's gonna be us spending it. It's obligated for a.
Unless
for
they're
a-
gonna do it.
yeah.
So did they actually have an example of a location somewhere else in the state that they thought was a great setup? Have they actually done their own research to look at other places in the state?
Well, I think that's hard to do. If you think about the people who are really caring and pushing about this, they're not employees, they're volunteers, right? They're volunteering their time to try and fix this issue. So, and I think it's hard for them to do that, but
They should have a network.
Yeah, they've been to other facilities.
People who may be,
Can't speak for them.
someone's gotta be bragging, or they're all really hurting everywhere. And so
And
we're
then
trying to be the new standard of a place that.
No, a lot of them,
no, I don't think they're trying to be a new standard. I think they're just trying to fix an issue that they have, which is a legitimate issue.
but in a lot of counties, they're tied to populations and city populations, and then those can't contribute to managing their facilities. So Wenatchee is different, Spokane is different, and Spokane's county ran or funded. Wenatchee is Chelan Douglas, and then the city is funded. So we're helping get the facility, and having the nonprofit run it is in the best interest of the county and the city.
Yeah.
So will there, if however this facility is built, is there gonna be an agreement within the cities to agree to a contracted amounts to contribute? So they're locked in with the inflation factor.
For the other
Just to make sure
cities,
that this, yeah.
only the county and Moses Lake
Right.
currently contribute. We could ask for them to not accept from anyone other than the county and the city with,
Whether they would
The
follow that
funding.
order or not, but.
yeah, I mean,
Or the city just drop it off out in the county.
What happens now is you go there, people just tie the dogs to the fence and leave them. I
mhm.
mean, I insure that
Yep.
location and it's something.
Yeah. As far as the Dents building, we've got everything except the electrical and HVAC plans. We're working on bid documents for that. We're working on the bid documents for the roof plan. I'd really like to just do it once and be done. I emailed Will again this morning and said, it's getting old, lean on our subcontractors to get us the drawings that we've asked for. So it's getting frustrating. So they were supposed to have it to me 2 weeks ago. And now this being Thanksgiving week, I doubt that I'll get something this week, but I pushed Will. I said, I've got to have some next week. So we'll see what happens. But other than that, that's everything I've got for my update. Go for it.
I need to make sure I'm thinking the right numbers. Are we still talking 50 million for the jail?
More?
No, 50 should be good on the jail.
Yeah. 50
Okay, because right now we're working
More than
on,
that.
working on 50 and a 10. 10 morgue and 50 on jail. I just want to make sure we're not seeing it going past 50, but it can be less,
It can be less, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure, because
If the more to be 10, I mean, safety, obviously.
Safety, I don't think it's gonna be that high. I think we're gonna be 4 or 5. So, but
So 6.
thanks a lot.
okay, did I email the schedule Jim sent out, working on things of talking about a certain April?
The only one I got from you is the one I showed you yesterday.
Okay, so I guess I got a few emails from Jim. I can't remember if I sent everything.
You sent the morgue calculation and the.
But no, he sent a calendar
Okay, no.
where we need to start taking action if our goal is middle of April, to bond closing in April. So, okay, I need to send that to you to show you, because there's something on December 4th. I'm not sure what it is and which means.
Please send it.
Okay, December, I don't know if it's just a official, let's get going and start the process. Then there's information that has to be sent. We have the bond rating that needs to be done quickly, all these things.
And I already talked to Brent Mayo, and Brent Mayo's all on board he says, let me know when you need me. So I'll do an update from the EDC.
For who?
The EDC. Remember, he was part of our ratings presentation.
Okay. Yeah, I just, since I'm gonna be gone during the beginning part of this phase, I'm just trying to remember everything I sent to you. So, okay, I gotta do that. I better go do that now.
Yeah.
I guess let's wanna make sure we're still focused on
Thanks, Daryl.
50. We're focused on 60, but it could be less than 60.
Could be.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
See ya.
Yeah, we are tracking less, our GMP was 132. And then, of course, you have your soft costs, which is a percentage, but we're already starting to pare some of that stuff down. So that's where we came up with our 144. But our bids, came in about, $9.5 to $10 million less than what was expected. So we're tracking right now, 134.
Including the soft costs.
Yeah. So 135.
Soft costs are what, this is what I'm queuing in on, soft costs are generally what?
So there are things that are not related to the
No, I know.
direct construction. So like the architect's fee, 9 million.
Yeah.
Sales tax on the entire project.
Okay, sales tax, that's 9, sales tax.
So there's the sales tax on the project is 12 million bucks. So those are soft costs, right? Yeah, so you add that to that guaranteed maximum price.
So we're getting down to the 100 million on the building itself. I mean, that's what I'm looking at as far as the value of the building to reconstruct it from an insurance standpoint, outside of soft costs.
So, outside of soft costs, our GMP was 132, but we're at 122, 121. So, yeah.
Trying to give you guys a heads up for, what that's gonna look like on.
Because that's
Another important factor on our levy rate decisions
yes,
is the insurance increase for the jail.
yeah.
It will be, it is
It's gonna be
something.
significant.
Probably the morgue also.
Yeah, it's cost per thousand, we talked about that last week when we did the update.
I think this chair I'm sitting on will be a soft cost as well, right? Desks,
Mhm.
chairs.
Yep, that's all, yeah, so, and I've got an entire schedule, so, yeah, my, furniture, fixtures, and equipment budget is 3.6 million. And that's all of the furniture, all of the fixtures, all of the equipment that you buy that's outside of direct construction costs. So, and we're almost ready, now that we're at this point where the design is final, I can send that out to bid. The problem doing it too early is getting people to hold their prices, if I do it in 2025, I can get them to hold their prices to 2026. If I were to
The
do it
commercial
now.
kitchen that's in there, I assume that's probably a couple $100,000 worth of equipment in there.
At
Is that
least,
built
yeah.
into the actual building or is that considered a soft cost?
No, that's built, well, some of it's built in, some of the equipment is not, so.
And another bad thing about purchasing it too early, especially with the kitchen equipment, is
Yeah.
by the time you actually turn it on, your warranty is about expired.
That's true.
Or expired.
Yeah, the warranty starts when it's in, well, if, in equipment when it's purchased. But, like the roof for the sheriff's building, it's when it's installed. It might be installed for 8 months before we occupy, like on the pods. But that warranty starts the day it's installed, not the day we move in, so
Is that on city water out there?
it is.
You
Yeah.
have put in a water tower or anything out there? That new water tower is gonna help offset that?
No, the water tower doesn't offset us at all. What we did do though is we worked with the city to loop their mains down there, because we were at that end of town by Dodson, they were at a deadhead. And we were at the jail as well. So when we came down into the southern tip of our property, we signed an interlocal with the city. And they were able to, our contractors bid it all out and did all the work for them, but they paid to have that looped all the way to us. So now
So they got plenty of water for them?
Yeah,
Instead of
for that entire area. And it helps with volume over the whole system, so. And that water tower is gonna help up there. So this was a big component. It was an unexpected component, but it really was big for the city to be able to do that. And the other thing they did was, since we had all the trenches open, was Rob Harris got the city to buy off on getting purple pipe or reclamation water from the waste treatment plant all the way up. So now when we do the roundabout, he'll be able to get it across the highway. And we'll be able to bring reclaimed water to the port of the city which has been a big detractor for industry because that's what they want. They want,
Right.
and they haven't had that at the port, and now they will.
Well, they've had that reclaimed water for years, just sitting there, just wasting it.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's kind of a synergy effect of, I like that.
A lot of people working together,
Yeah, no,
a
really.
lot of people talking, so it's been good.
So purple pipe is reclaimed water, blue pipe is domestic water, and
Yeah.
then black pipe's.
The sewer water, or white or green, yeah. Any other questions on the update today?
Do you have any, not for the update, do you have any, Danny? Do you have any, I was saying those emails with the signs for the entrances?
So we have some signs, I guess we don't have them I was gonna walk around and look at that one. Because I know we have them upstairs when you come up the front steps and on the wall next to the elevator when you come in the basement. We can get those repeated and put them elsewhere.
That was for the weapons sign,
Yeah,
so I just emailed him.
yeah.
And then moving this
And then
table.
moving this table. I was gonna grab Kevin later on and, see if he wanted to come in here and help me move this, so.
We got Danny Stone.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
We got Danny Stone.
He can direct, he can point.
Yeah, just it'll be down here too.
Yeah.
Seeing
Yes,
these
I see him.
guns,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, all right.
Powered by a score bar.
That's right. Did you get the rest?
Bar guns.
I gave him his care package.
He called me or he emailed me, yeah. So the consensus is the score bars.
Oh, by far.
Scored, I mean, it was funny.
By far. Chocolate's better.
Yeah, everybody kind of agreed with that, made by the same company too.
Yeah.
Crazy. I'm going
Harder to
with-
find though.
I know that we had somebody from the Columbia Basin Herald online. I don't know if they had any questions or not, or if you wanted to invite questions.
I don't.
She's gone.
Okay.
All right, well, we'll go ahead and go into recess then until 1:00.
And we said, oh, you're fine, you can take this out of budget, you can take this out of budget. It's like, you can't be taking 6 million out of reserve and 3 million out of the 114 account. So here comes Gerald right now.
All I know is I'm very confused and I just need help with how to fill out the paperwork.
Yeah.
You said roads haven't done it? They haven't
We
done
haven't
it?
received it yet.
Oh,
So I was just assuming they had a meeting, because they normally have meetings on Tuesdays for you guys.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Safety of
Can-
you.
Can one of you potentially turn the camera so that we can see the table maybe?
I
I
thought it
don't think we wanna
automatically-
touch that, it moves automatically.
No, it's on the tablet. Rob's messing with it.
I was just gonna get up
It's
and
my
move it.
first day, sorry. Looking good, Barb.
I know, I'm like.
Because we had somebody that
Better not make any jokes.
came in, so when they're presenting, you're presenting to the audience, that's where we're kind of like, but the commissioners should probably be sitting there, I think, in actuality, so you can present. We're just trying to make it safer for everybody but you, so we
I
can
guess
assess.
now that we've done this, we can't see Rob, so I don't know
No,
if
it's a
maybe this
horrible
is
thing.
just
Well,
a
I'm trying
discussion
to
for
the table.
later.
There's not enough chairs.
Yes, grab a chair,
And I'm kind of worried about my back to the door.
we'll slide
If you
over.
treat people nicer, Rob.
I wish they would.
I would rather have it was, because then you could see, like
Well,
you
when you
can.
have the audience, so when you have the gallery or the audio, I call it the audience, the gallery.
Okay, I would love to take the bank and the 1%.
The bank 10 to 1%.
There's my vote.
Yeah, I've given you all scenarios
I know,
possible.
I've read them all.
I have a question that would help me with it, Melissa. From all your documents, you're telling us that the assessed value didn't go up at all from last year.
Because I haven't certified the values
Okay.
yet. That's what I've been working on.
And so.
I'm hoping to certify next Monday, hopefully.
So you won't see the
This
true.
this is just a estimate. I've been very clear about that.
No, I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, well, surely it's above the 19 billion, surely it's what, 20, 21? I mean, can't. Anyway.
No,
It's-
that's the tax portion, you're talking, the value portion.
The value portion, I'm not going to make any, it's a slight increase, but then I gotta look at the Port TIF, the new construction there you won't get, so I make no, I'm not gonna guess. Cause then you guys would say, but you said.
That makes a difference on
The levy rate.
total, yeah, the levy rate.
Is Amanda coming?
I don't think she invited her.
Yes.
There's one other thing on top of what you said.
Usually for like.
You have the refund levies for 188,000 for current expense, the amounts for veterans and mental health that are outside your question of how if you want to take those or not. So that's.
Yeah, the refunds,
Yeah.
that would be up above.
So.
We never have, but we could look at, I know, Veterans has a surplus of revenue.
For the bank?
No. No, the refund levy is the net of supplements and cancellations during a calendar year that I've been using. And the big portion of that was the H5 refund, PTA decision.
Yeah.
That we had, that impacted 2020 and 21.
Yes.
And so a big portion of that is, and so that $188,000 is revenue that we lost this year from that alone. And so that's an additional opportunity to, there's a separate line on your certification to put on that refund levy of that amount or less, or zero. Some schools chose not to take it, some schools have taken it. For their portion, City of Quincy and the port, all those have the opportunity because they got big hits as well of opportunity of recovering that money. So what did we levy in the past that we already spent, then they took it away. So you have that amount that I sent out for the refund levies that impacted the current expense fund, mental health and veterans, where we had to pay a huge refund.
But you paid it all out of current expense?
It was charged to all the districts.
Oh, okay.
And the big problem is we, That was just the current expense portion. Then the state levy portion of 2020, still I'm in discussion with DOR of who's responsible for that. For that $100,000+ as well that we had to pay out, and haven't figured out who's responsible for paying it. The state got the money, and so far we're the ones that paid $154,000 just for 2020 of the state's portion. And I'm still trying to fight how we report that so the state actually pays for something they got the money for. But the 188,000 is dealing with 21.
Yeah.
21 and few to 24 net supplements and cancels.
So that should be on box I on the second page.
Yeah, oh, the refund, yeah, where it says amount to be refunded. That's how, whatever amount you would want to put in there, that's where you put it.
Box I.
Yeah, on page 2. You don't do this.
Okay,
What I
gotcha.
do, no.
Okay.
No, what I told you is
Just
what
there.
you do.
Okay, thank you. I'm just like-
Question on your levy certification form that is filled out, is the top number including or excluding the refund levy?
So in the form, it says it's to be included.
Right, okay.
Yeah, so you put the refund amount, but you include it in that top number. That's what I was just talking to Barb about.
Right.
Whatever number they want, and if they get a refund, they want to do the refund, you add those together and that's the number you put on top.
Okay,
Good, thank you. Okay. Thank you.
It was really, I was really hoping that there was, you know, an ability to know kind of what that assessed value is, because
Normally you would by now, but
we're
this
at
is,
1.09 on the levy rate last year, and I was hoping to be able to have more money coming in based on a 1.09 number than what we got last year. I was
So-
hoping to not raise anything, but if I was gonna go 1%, I was hoping 1% plus new construction was still gonna keep us at that 109.
don't get married to a rate.
We can put whatever number.
Don't ever
on.
get married to a rate.
so this is,
That's the problem is as values go up, people are like, but we want this rate, and we're budget based. It's the amount. You're looking at the amount.
so right now, say you look at these numbers and say you wanted to focus on this one. You have a rough approximation of the levy rate that's right now.
Right.
Now, what happens is, if the value is higher than these numbers, then that levy rate goes down.
Yes.
Well, Daryl, I'm more concerned that you kind of dropped a bomb yesterday about, I guess, trimming our budget, so. I'm getting a double message from you, like, yeah, do we need to trim it? Do we need to take that much out of reserve?
I was concerned about $7 million. Yeah, and especially when there's not much one-time cost. So that means next year, for 26, you're gonna need another $7 million to.
No, that's been my worry,
And
well,
so then
7 plus 3 out
That's
of.
14, and the reason why we're gonna end up with this $26 million at the end of the year is not because we generated more revenues of any significance, is because we had a big reduction in expenses that weren't spent. So to continually draw down the money is also expecting a big money's not being expended, because the revenues aren't projected to be jumping up to cover this huge increase. So it's just as going as what's more sustainable? 7, 5, 4, or 4, just over this hump year, where then in 27, you have $800,000 that's going away when we get the final payment at payoff in 26 from the REC settlement. So you got a huge revenue drop there, and what's gonna be increasing to cover that? And so I just thought 7 million per year was too big to work on getting down to a more proper goal of a carryover balance.
Well, I think we have 700,000 coming out of current expense for capital. I think we could probably shave off some other that are coming out of other accounts, remove our I mean, I'm not saying that current expense needs to be shaved down, but if we shave off some others, we could kind of rearrange that, so it's only 700 out of current expense. But yeah, it's probably the biggest,
Yeah,
reserve.
if our increase from the beginning of the year to the end of the year was because of big revenues and they're continuing, that's a different thinking process regarding future and a reserve fund. But when it's because almost all of it is because we reduced expenses and didn't have the money spent, is that money not gonna be spent again to continue on?
Yeah, it's eventually gonna catch up. Well, and I think especially with our vehicle, that was a big hit, the ER&R, a huge hit for the sheriff's office. They have the most cars.
Melissa, when Rob's desire is to take the one that is marked, taking bank capacity and 1%. And that would be, I mean, you tell us to ignore it, but you did highlight the rate on these sheets at 1.15. And what you're saying is if we get a true number, that may come down a little bit.
The levy.
Yeah, the levy rate will come down.
And
The amount wouldn't change, but the levy rate would. That's why I say don't get married to a rate, it's the amount.
Yeah, I don't think he mentioned new construction.
No, so bank capacity, new construction is not bad. I just look at it if you have 3 years to win, which is actually gonna be only like 2, until the REC payment of 800 is gone, then you should try to recoup that 800 by the time that you hit 28 budget.
27.
Yeah, 27 budget.
one of the ways that I started looking at this was two different ways. Was with a inflation rate of 3.67 this year.
I picked the same one.
You know, your 1% doesn't
You need
even
to look at some of mine.
make up for that.
Maybe.
You aren't keeping up with inflation even, the 1%. I think that's one of the things that gets complained about across the state. But another thing that I did was and all you math whizzes in the room maybe will argue with me, but I kind of compared, I put down a $500,000 home. And I compared last year's levy rate and what's projected as a potential here, which is 6 cents a thousand difference. So for a $500,000 home, you're gonna talk about raising taxes $28.99. And a $1 million home is double that. It's, 59, 57, or $57.
For one levy.
Yeah, for us, the ones we have.
Right.
We don't have any, we don't have any say over anybody else's levy rates that they present, but,
Well, you don't ever hear, I want less officers. I
Right.
want slower court system. And, third plus of our budget is what supports those. So,
Quit releasing people. How come they're not in jail?
yeah.
well, the customers have asked for a new jail in order to continue supplying the officers and equipment they need for both corrections and for the street. We're gonna need.
Maybe another question to Melissa. The numbers you're looking at, still reviewing.
Mhm.
The residential section,
Slow
Neutral.
increase,
slow increase.
slow.
Of course, now the big one, industries. Now, when we have this BTA decision, do we have any more BTAs happening?
Yes.
With H5?
Yes, and I can't talk about it right now.
Okay, but yeah, okay, so.
That's a whole different,
Right, and then we don't know what year that will resolve. But yeah, and those are the numbers the state's responsible for, and so you think the state would understand the rulings and.
so Department of Revenue right now, they lost their head of the advisory. And so they're kind of in a tailspin right now.
Do you want, here's a call.
So that's a slightly odds against our favor, possibility of refunds. Type
Well,
of possibly.
what I can tell you, and I can say on the record, is our industries have taken a turn of, we're not gonna provide you with any information, which they're required to do. So potentially we have more litigation costs because then we have to go to court and go after discovery, which they don't want because once it's in discovery, it's public record. We're willing to do that because there's industries that they have not provided us information pre-pandemic. And we know that they're doing better than they say they're doing.
So I just want to make sure you understand the different types of groups that are paying taxes. The residential is a slight growth on average.
On average.
You're still
Some up,
depending
some
on the
down,
area,
but it's slow growth.
on average. So it's and the only other one is a factor is commercial businesses.
Our commercial businesses, I mean, unless they're, say, big box stores that are booming, they're not really selling.
Mhm.
If they do, it's usually for less.
Okay.
They're pretty static at this point in most of the cities, so your big growth is your home sales and whatever industries that are coming in.
Okay. And the timing, and the last question I have is, for all these projects currently known on the Wheeler corridor, how fast, well, the ones that are outside, it doesn't matter if they're in the TIF. So, yeah, that.
Yeah, if they're in the TIF, it's not gonna do us any good.
Outside the, yeah.
Has to be outside the TIF, so you're looking at what a growth in, Quincy basically, or outside of the TIF area, so up at the port in Moses Lake, up by the actual airport.
And see, that's the thing, is that TIF is a killer for us
Yes,
regarding service, providing public services. We're gonna be demanded more, and we're not gonna get any of that revenue from that area for new construction.
I
And
don't,
that has a long-term effect
decades.
regarding how you're gonna be able to fund those in the future when those are open up and have all the brand new employees, and you have the roads and all the other services that could go with those that are from the current expense fund.
Luckily for us, most of it's in the jurisdiction of the city, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna get the law and justice side.
Yeah, law and justice
Law and
side,
justice side, city or not city,
yeah, we get
still
hit.
gets impacted.
Yep.
And that's the scary thing of when you're setting levy rates, you have to think not just for next year, but the future years when we have all these not getting our normal growth.
Okay, so we've got I'm looking at capital, we've got $1.4 million for a project under, what is that, the sheriff's office? It's under the sheriff. I wonder if that's ER.
That's vehicles.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look to see if there's some things that we can show you.
And the reason why I bring all this is who and the question is who's impacting. How is the impact gonna go? Because you're gonna have an average And if you're below the average, your taxes go down. If you're above the average, except for Quincy with the new levy, right? That's the only one that's, well, the cemeteries or something really small. I don't know if some of those, the election.
Oh, if, I think there's only one cemetery that like does a,
And then Mattawa will have a fire district levy.
Yeah.
Next year. That's new to them. But yeah.
yeah, but that's offset. So when the city gets offset by the fire.
Yep.
So that's a
Wash.
wash there, yeah.
So the only area that's gonna be paying more, unless there's an O and M levy, new level, did any O and M levies happen for this year?
So Moses Lake residents, they have that huge,
Drop.
no, because they have the huge, hospital.
Right, but that was already levied.
Yeah, that was levied last year, that was a
Because the Moses Lake
surprise.
people are gonna, anyone in Moses Lake School District is gonna have a huge drop in their levy rate next year. Because of not having the O and levy.
Yeah, the school one didn't pass, yeah. No, right now the highest levy rates are here in Ephrata because of our school district. Because,
You have, on this, taking bank capacity and new construction, the one you just sent to us.
yeah, that's because Daryl asked for that.
You have first line marked yes, wouldn't that be a no, because you're not taking the 1%?
What do you mean, the first, oh, on the first page?
Second page, first box.
No, that's you, because you're not taking the 1%, but you're taking a percentage, you're taking your bank capacity, so yes. Because you're doing a resolution of,
Would that be the second line?
it doesn't matter, because that's not a calculation, it's an audit thing for Department of Revenue. It's about your certifications and your resolutions. And population.
So this one, the one you just gave us, doesn't take the 1%. The last one, just bank capacity.
Just bank capacity and new construction, because the previous one I gave you was just the bank capacity. And then
No,
Daryl
it
said, hey, that
doesn't.
doesn't include the new construction. I'm like, yep, you're correct, so I will do another one. You've got all of the scenarios.
So this one contains banked 1% and new construction.
Yes.
So the 1% equals about 200 grand, 220.
240, 222. No.
222. We need a motion today.
Think you have,
I think that'd be a great idea. And then I'll fill out the paperwork, and then on Monday at the hearing is when you adopt the resolution ordinance for them all.
I like how they changed the law, so we wouldn't be in that same scenario that we're gonna be in this year. Just because that's how the holidays fell.
and again, as Melissa told you, these are just guidelines of numbers. And if you want 100,000 less than a certain number,
Well,
then you're empowered to do that. It's just a matter of also, are you doing refund levy as part of that number or not, or
Yeah.
portion? It's a separate communication and a action.
So you had some serious discussion that you thought ending the year with 20 million would be okay. And then yesterday I get the vibe that you're like, no, it needs to be higher.
Well, after seeing that it was all expenses, that was covering our increase and not revenues, then we definitely don't have revenues. That's gonna match the 7 million in the next year.
So I think some of our negotiation amounts that we haven't signed on are actually in our 2025 budget. So if we sign on those, it is included, but we could, I don't know if we're gonna vote on that or if we're gonna approve them. That could be a bit of a savings if we don't go. We have some that are getting close to, we're in the middle of negotiating.
Are the negotiated percentages in this budget?
They're actually in it, already in it.
Okay.
I think the higher.
I thought they weren't.
I believe Mandy said they were, and that's where I'm like, are they?
The
Are they
3% is in.
Yeah.
But that's not
But
the
the
percent we're
increase-
going on, but I don't think
Yeah.
the correct, like the sheriffs, I don't think it's in there
I think
correctly.
Mandy said they were. But we've also been told by Madeline when she was here, like, it includes the increases, right? Yes, yes. And then we adopt the budget, it's like, okay, now we need to add this 4% or whatever, like, I thought we were adding. So.
Do we want Mandy down here? Would that be
But
helpful?
she said that they were added in, but then I don't know if she has
You
the
might
right
wanna
numbers.
have her
You
come
have
up.
her, she's assuming they're the 3%.
I can call her.
Thank you, ma'am.
So they have to make an
I just wanna make
decision
sure,
if you're
like,
wanting
for
a
sure, for
motion
sure.
now.
Because once you guys pick which one we're going to do, I need your help in filling this out. Because if these are not the actual numbers you're gonna put in here, I need the board to direct me which numbers are going in on the sheets.
And unless we're doing 3 separate ones, your total number would be a combination of all 3.
Yes.
So while
Mandy is
you,
on her way down.
Thank you.
so while you're talking about one portion, you have the other pieces that are added to it for a total.
Yes.
And you're talking about this one
Veterans
These two,
relief and mental
what's those two?
health
and the refunds.
and refunds attached to those, yes.
So you need 4 motions?
No,
Okay. Need
Just-
2.
you can, if you're gonna do refunds separately, if you're gonna do them separately, then you can do them each in their own motion that includes their refund amount, or you can do one that encompasses all. Does that make sense? Did I explain that correct, Daryl?
Well, one of the complications is that when we have refund levies, these mental health and veterans are only entitled to those amounts and can't be higher.
Correct.
But when we've been doing in the past of combining, it's been the current expense that's been fully eating the ratio drop and having these be at 100% each year on their levy rate.
And I think this year, they do have a reserve, both of them, so we could
And you can
let
choose
them fill, but
to,
yeah, we just never have voted to do it. Here comes Mandy.
Cause, yeah, don't know what that number is, but if you take their numbers and say $20,000-$30,000 less, hopefully you're within that time frame over time
I will give you
of
a
what,
copy
of the
straight.
possibilities of what it could have been.
yeah. Yeah, if you choose not to do that, not to fund the mental health or the relief.
Right above us.
I can't cross my face.
What can I do for y'all?
I don't know.
In the budget,
Carol, what do you think we should,
well, we
You
need to
wanna
know
know
what the
if the-
percentages are.
If the increases that are in negotiations, if those are included in the budget.
No, wait. Which
okay,
ones?
so we have a couple of sheriffs and
Sheriffs are
they are the
yes.
negotiated amount.
Not
the
yet,
3%, but the
the
increase
6%.
To the maximum.
Yes,
for this year and next year.
yes, because it hasn't been signed yet, yeah.
Hasn't even been agreed on yet.
No, but the amount
Okay.
for the increase for 2024 and the amount for 2025 are included in the budget. Yeah, because we knew it would be at least, I mean, well,
And did you bring the COLA down to 2.8, or was it still at 3?
COLA's 3 for everybody else
On the budget,
on the budget.
but not in decision wise for us.
Well, we just did a 3.
No, you guys haven't decided.
Yeah, but we have, that's covered in, so all of our,
We know that.
just wanna make sure we don't have any new surprises.
And so we rounded for budgeting purposes.
We also have a pending contract with solid waste. So sheriffs, deputies is open, solid waste is open.
Okay, well, and solid waste is
Public
outside of
works is
current expense, so if they agree, that comes out of their own budget, it doesn't really impact, that'll impact their fund levy. But thank you for I'm like,
Good to know.
not that I wanna say I don't care about that now, but
Yeah,
I'm just trying to, so
That's the
Daryl,
next meeting.
we have 6 million coming out of reserve, plus 3 million coming out of the, I think, 114 account. What would you feel good about coming out of that account?
Well, I would focus, okay, if we're looking at 26 up to possibly 27 million. We have, if you do 5 and 5, that gets you down to 16. But then you get into a drop for REC. And then you're saying is how much is the revenue gonna grow based on natural growth of the budgets themselves? That you're, after 3 years of $15,000, then you're down to 12, a little 12 million. And so it's how far low do you wanna go? But you only resolved it in 3 years and then you have no space. Either you're asking for, if you're not balancing, you're asking for a lot of bank capacity that you didn't use, all these 1%?
All at once.
All at once. And so is 5,000 even a good number? Maybe it's 4, and then you extend yourself over a year.
4 million or?
Yeah, 4 million. And the biggest problem in this whole equation is we have this natural growth in new construction. But the problem is this TIF changed everything.
Yeah.
It destroyed us in regards to our future natural growth of revenues on new construction.
So that's one thing I don't understand is in the law, it says that if you're gonna do a tip that you have to have included an agreement with those jurisdictions that it's going to affect. And it kind of sounds like that didn't happen.
No, it didn't happen.
So I don't know, that might be a conversation with Kevin as what's the recourse there.
The problem is they've already been spending a whole bunch of money. And this concern is, they may look at it as it's too little too late because they've been spending and doing a lot of actions and they have a lot of right-of-ways or acquisitions already for this railroad. And they're worried of making sure they make enough money for next year on all they've been doing already. I thought they were gonna do some debt quicker to start helping pay for these and use the TIF monies for paying debt, but no, right now. So, that's a very good concern. But you definitely need to have a very quick conversation with Kevin before taxes are levied next year. What happens? But then actually you'd be looking at your partners that are also affected, the fire district who has a slight impact. And your county road, for the properties. Then you have, who else, is the hospital exempt or hospital be impacted for the general?
Oh, no, the hospital's gonna be impacted.
So you're gonna look at all your partners
Hospital's the junior.
and have a joint discussion.
Okay, so yes, instead of doing 6 million, you think we can do 5 million out of reserve? Cheryl, that's my, I know you're.
Well, I'm just talking out loud, I'm talking about 5 million and we get into 27. Now your reserves, you do another 5 in 27.
I won't be here in
Now you're down to
27,
12.
so I'll let the new commissioner.
Now it's just go, for those that are here at 27, what are you thinking about
So
that?
you think 4.5, 4, well, Daryl, I
Well,
guess
no, I'm
this is,
just saying is 4 would give you another year.
I'd rather take care of it, trim some now instead of
So
doing a huge
one thing you have to
drop.
remember about bank capacity is you never really truly recover all of that
You lost the
year over year. Yeah, you lose that year
you lose
completely.
the compound.
So yes.
But we did that, so there's no crying
Yep.
about it.
No, I'm just saying going
I also
forward,
feel that we
to continue to do that, you're not losing, say if you didn't take it this year, yeah, you're losing this year's, but you're also losing another year.
My Johnny come lately concerns are this TIF and really understanding how bad it's gonna be.
Well, and I know households in my district are hurting, so I don't wanna add more taxes so that we can keep spending at the rate we're spending. I think maybe we could do a little cutting. We haven't really done any cutting. I mean, we've been pretty generous the last few years, giving everybody what they want. Trying to cutting, give myself cutting. So maybe we cut back on just some of the finer things.
Sales
like-
tax is not impacted by the TIF.
I thought that,
I'm still in line for
last
tea.
part of our discussion was that we
No,
were
it's
looking
okay.
at a 4.7 withdrawal from reserves.
Okay.
And that still allowed for, 1 to 1.3 for personnel management. Those are the last figures that I,
Oh, because Daryl came up with a little bit of revenue.
yeah, we're talking, I think 4.7, and that includes the personnel management stuff.
But there's also, we're also taking 3 million out of the 114 account. Which, for the jail, for
I'm not
employed,
good with that one.
that's gonna be a huge hit. Cause next year it's still gonna be another 3 million. Once you do it once,
Then it's locked in.
it's 3 million plus 3%.
Because as soon as you decide a reserve fund and reserve, and then resolve, you just make your decision on the levy, those are locked in. And then you're going backwards to see is, okay, do we have enough to pay for everything, or what do we start cutting?
Well, I think we need to start cutting a little bit. But the question is bank capacity and new construction. Rob, you want bank capacity 1%?
I'm working on it right now. I'll say my choice.
Well, so if we don't take the whole, we had a $1.4 million cushion. If we knock that cushion down to
1.3.
1.3. So if you knock that cushion down to 600,000, we'll do 4.3 million. Is that what it was, Danny? What was walking is shaking?
4.7 was what last I heard.
Okay, 4.7.
Oh, 4.8.
4.8.
Okay, so it's down to 4.2.
Melissa, do you know what the bank? Yeah, I found it. Never mind.
And what was the amount we needed? We upped it to, was it 22 million or 21 million?
We upped it to 22 million.
If we take
22
back
million.
bank capacity, I can help you with that.
22
I'm
million
here.
is what?
Probably gonna write this one right here, the 1% for the new
We upped
construction.
it, we did up it.
Well, to fill that part out.
Okay, so that's what I need to.
The question is, do we know we need to add a little bit more? Right now, this equation for this amount
Cause they need to do this now. It
and
needs to be done today.
delinquents. And we, see, when we do this amount, we're not gonna collect that amount next year. We're gonna collect 97% of it next year.
So 22 million?
No, of this, of the
Well, depending on which
21.7. See, that's our
There's
collection.
many scenarios here.
And so we look at this number, but it's not that's how much you levy. It doesn't mean how much I'm collecting of that year. Then I throw in the delinquents, which is gonna be down, is a 300,000. And so, and then you can make individual decisions and make this more complicated for Melissa, and you have every right to do so, of individual decisions of how much you want towards mental health.
Yep.
And how much towards veterans, but then you would have to go through the work of the past to make sure that number is not a number less than the time frame. That we're not.
Yeah. Well.
She likes some caffeine too.
Eh.
But then
It is what it is.
You're talking a lifetime number. You're talking about a lifetime number, so, if you go 20, 30, 40,000 drop on mental health, I think that's gonna be easily within the reality of what it could have been in the past, over these years. Because you always had these drops.
It's been the same rate for those this whole time. And your levy rate has decreased since I've got here.
Yeah, and resort, we always had those rates for decades.
But you're not saying you can change those.
Well, I'm saying is, based on the decades of keeping that at 100% of those levy rates, that dropping these 492, 715 to 460, 470, veterans down to 210 instead of 221. And then having that much less in your total, all these possibilities. Then you have the
Yeah,
refund
that amount would shift over to the current expense. Yeah.
that has been covering for them all these years.
Just basically that if you were to reduce mental health, you're taking away from Renew, right?
Yes.
Mhm. Just like if you take from veterans relief, you're taking it from.
And all I know is I see this huge balance in the mental health fund. And I don't know, in their discussions with you, what is their plans for all that money?
They may need to build a new office space, or they can't build on top, or possibly some buildings, or provide
Samaritan.
services.
The current hospital.
Well, you know, and maybe we wanna buy Samaritan and bulldoze it and just keep the board
No.
what you're doing. Might be cheaper than our 10 million.
I thought they were
I
keeping
can't,
it.
how can I? No, they're trying to sell it. They need to sell it.
We had a
Maybe we-
conversation about that today.
Selling it?
No, about the more,
We need that size? No.
no, it would cost like probably half the same amount to tear that down.
Yeah, but operating a building with a lot of space you don't need.
But you can do parking lot. I know, but if you tore half it down, parking, I wasn't here for it. I was certified election.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm trying to look at this itty bitty, well, why can't I print the capital assets list? I go here to
Mandy,
print
do you
it.
have a veteran?
Rob's been having problems printing too.
There must be something going on.
No, it's like I can't get
We have to take it in. Oh, you can't find them.
something. I just want
Yeah.
it.
Come up there and say, we're doing budget.
Well, it was just Rob not printing. I don't know.
Yeah,
what-
my office won't print. I have to send it to somebody.
Andy, can you print it or send, is it some Mandy's emailed you?
Well,
You
I'm just
said?
trying to look at capital. I'd rather look at capital than look at employees. I'm just trying to figure out. So the easiest thing to cut, to fine tune is capital. The next thing is,
You want revenues or expenses?
Yeah, what is it?
Travel.
Right now, what they put in their budget.
What's the next thing? New vehicles, if we don't need new vehicles.
275,000.
And the last thing is employee.
That's to come from
Little
this
number
number
that
that
has
they give
It's
to
not
us.
gonna work at all.
Do you want Katie's
Where
the
the
president?
revenues from.
Do you say veterans?
Veterans, yeah, veterans service, veterans relief.
Yes. Are you wanting just the property tax or?
Yeah,
The property tax portion is
200.
239,000.
600.
There's also leasehold tax, US Fish and Wildlife, game land, and some investment. And $5 for nature conservation. or Conservancy.
Conservancy.
So a total of 275,000 is the veterans revenue budget.
yeah, and the sales tax is 235, 39.
239,000.
We don't have that much in any of these, I don't know.
Well, then you need to, what is their current cash at the end of them?
They're pretty good, 275,
One
because I
moment.
think they are asking for a new employee. After the first of the year.
In August. When the
2/3 of the
Ed
year.
Corps navigator positions ends, yeah.
I didn't realize it was a seasonal, or so they brought it up this year.
Part-time.
One and done. So in the sheriff's, the jail, the 300, or the 3 million, is that all salary? Cause I know there's things they wanted to put in.
That's just to
Salary?
subsidize salaries, wages.
2 years.
That would just be next
Well,
year.
Right, so they're getting something for some time period of
This
this
year.
year and this time period, so it's not a three, well, then you could look at, okay, so then that's the new base.
471,000.
And that's the problem
360.
with reserves.
About
It's not- You're creating a new
418,000.
base here.
419,000
18.
that their budget, their
That's their cash.
That's their end of cash as of end of October.
Yeah, you need to, it looks like 4 to 5 million of reserves.
So we need to come to some sort of a conclusion here. You had something you were figuring. Where you at?
I was just trying to estimate what each thing costs, but I don't know if I'm right. So what 1% would be annual, and then what new would be, and what banked is. But it's still, to me, it still looks like you'd be doing banked and 1% to be able to get to a number we need to be at.
In new construction.
Yeah, new construction's another 250,000.
And then you have the refund levy. Now,
So the one I did with the taking bank capacity and the 1% does include the taking new construction.
It does
It's taking
take
everything.
construction.
On the one on your sheet?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's taking everything.
Oh,
Yeah. That's your highest lawful allotment.
Which one is that?
Yep.
What's the
So
not?
That's the
21.9.
taking,
21. No.
One thing to note is the refund levy doesn't go into bank and it's
No.
just a one-shot deal.
Mm.
And so if you do something about a bank, I would do the refund levy and then do less bank. And then you have more banked down the road.
Another
So-
scenario.
for, that's amounts you guys have to come up with.
For the jail, the corrections, there's positions they do not intend to fill until half the year that we have budgeted as if they were gonna start day 1 January. If they truly didn't hire them and get them going until mid-year, those salaries would only be about 700,000 versus 1.4 million.
And then the following year would be 1.4 million.
So 1.4 the following, yes. Well, 1.4 plus COLA.
Plus, yeah,
I mean, I hate to budget it that way, but
No, but we gotta be able to afford it next year too.
I would rather get a gradual increase each year than get smacked in, 3 years from now.
That you're like, okay, we've got to load it.
Yeah, take all the bank plus the new plus, I mean, personally,
Well, and I think we need to shave off a little, I agree,
I
Rob.
think we cut, yeah, if we can cut, we
Shave some
cut,
of our budget too, because
take
it's
more
not
revenue,
very much fun.
cut
We know
budget.
something's coming. And then all of a sudden you hit it, it's like, well, we've got to lay off 30 people just to, it's ugly. I'd rather just, it's easier to not do a new hire than hire somebody and lay them off.
I went through, oh, sorry.
I'm just gonna throw out a motion to see if we get a second on this. I'd like to go with this last one that she gave to us, taking the bank capacity and new construction. And putting mental health at 460, veterans at 210, and take the refunds.
I can second it.
Okay, so there's been a motion and a second to use the taking the bank capacity in new construction, which would be $21,751,670.67. Mental health, the balance that mental health would take is $460,000, and the amount that veteran services or veterans relief would take is $210,000.
That's different.
Plus the refunds.
Yeah.
Plus
That's what they're doing,
refunds.
they're shifting.
And I would make a point that your number you gave for current expense wouldn't be accurate because everything we didn't take out of mental health and veterans would
would
be
be-
shifted over to the
Yes.
current expense.
Correct. We'd have to rerun those numbers.
and to clarify, make sure it's clear, and the refunds for all three, of which then you have the 210 plus refund levy.
Yeah.
So that's how I'm interpreting your motion.
Yes.
Okay, so motion is second, plenty of discussion. So the scenario 21,757 would be different because it's adding the difference between mental health and veterans relief. Plus the refunds. For all three.
Just go ahead and say the three refunds.
But the three, yeah. So you would gonna, for the refunds, you're gonna want to add those up.
Okay, there's a motion second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
So this will probably make it close between 4 and 5 million out of reserves.
Oh no, Darryl, we're gonna.
Well, not out of reserves and now
Your budget.
for possible more cuts.
I think we'll trim, not cut.
I think it's gonna put us about 4.7, including personnel concerns,
Well, but
including that.
we have the 1.3 for new employees. We really could shave that down, like you said, cut it
So
in
do you
half.
wanna come to my office real quick? We can run tapes on that.
I'm just giving you the max. I'm just saying that the
Yes.
maximum would take, if we
The only
improved
problem is, can we
everything,
wait till,
our personnel things would be
the 2
4.7.
o'clock meeting's done? Give me
Yeah.
10 minutes, okay.
At least at this point. Without knowing the assessed value.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'm just
Thank you, Barb
pondering,
and Missy, for working on that.
Thank you.
Do I need any other motions?
I think
We
that's it.
put it all on one, so.
That's what I meant to do, is put it all on one.
Thank you, Danny. So taking bank capacity and new construction, mental health 460, veteran 210, and take all three refunds.
Yes.
And
Danny
no
moved.
1%. Yeah, and
No
since it wasn't
1%.
included in the budget, it's
Yeah.
it's no
So
1%.
basically that 1% will be banked for next year. Okay.
That's this form right here. Here's my levies. Here's these two forms. I will get this. I will meet you as
Meet
soon
me in
as
my
the 2
office.
p.m.
Come
is
in my
done.
office and sit down.
Okay. Thank you,
So
everybody.
1:54, we are in recess until 2 o'clock, and we have our commissioner meeting. Thank you for joining us.
I just
afternoon. It is 2:00. We are here for the commissioners meeting. Notice the table setting for hopefully more security here in the courtroom. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on YouTube. Quietly without my paper can be a little noisy. Call the meeting to order. We have an open forum for citizen input, 3 minutes per person, a 15-minute time limit. Do you have anybody in the audience would like to? Jerome, do you want to come to our lovely podium here?
This is a lovely podium.
Don't let it fall, it's a little sketchy.
Okay. So I'd like to address the commissioners on doing what I think has been a great job this last year. There's several things come to mind. One is the work that's been done on the homelessness. Also, work that's been done on mental health and suicide prevention and keeping up with the legislation, whatever's going on at the state level, bringing it back for people that are arrested. I'd also like to say that I know it's going to be problematic out in the dunes after a while, listening to your meeting yesterday, to come up with a solution that's equitable for everybody involved, but I just would like to say to keep in mind that they are people and not all of them are that way. The homeless aren't always homeless because of their own decisions. They could be there because of medical debts that wipe people out, pretty common, living in their cars. And to try and use a sense of empathy when you're arriving at your decision what you're going to do out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerome.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Do we have anybody online?
Sorry, I'm having some audio problems here. Give me just a second. There we go. We have quite a few call-in users, but I believe they are county employees. We have Alex from Tech Services. Let me just unmute. Alex, do you have any public comment?
I have no comment at this time.
Thank you. Jim McKiernan is on. I'm promoting him. Jim, do you have public comment? I'm going to guess, Jim, do you have any public comment today?
I'm kind of hungry for turkey. Other than that, no.
Thanks, Jim. Okay.
Yes, that's a comment.
We have, I believe, as a county employee, L. Langkar. I apologize if I spelled or pronounced your name wrong. Luke, do you have any public comment?
No, not at this time.
Okay. And then last but not least, we have Sadie Thompson. Do you have any public comment today? Sadie Thompson, do you have public comment? I'm going to guess not. Oh, she hung up. Okay, that is all.
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The agenda has been approved. Do we have any correspondence, emails, or letters of support accepted that we need to review? Okay, no letters. All right, moving to a roundtable.
Have a couple of things. So I said it at the prosecuting attorney update. I really got to turn here. But I did order a fancy sign for the table to let people know that the meetings are recorded and that they'll be posted to YouTube later. And when I say fancy, I mean like $20 Amazon fancy.
Fancy.
And then we got an invoice from the Wenatchee World. It's just like if the commissioners want to renew with the Wenatchee World for next year. It's a cool $276 for the entire year. Did you want to keep? We don't publish anything in Wenatchee World, so it would just be. Huh?
It's just on the counter.
Yes, it would just be if you guys want to keep receiving it.
We could probably cancel.
Cancel it?
Save money.
I agree.
Okay. I
We're in
will,
budget cuts right now.
$200 at a time.
and then the last thing is that we are in need of more LTAC swag. So I'm looking into things to buy. My question is, because, sorry, Danny really wants a phone stand, a foldable one and not the green guys. My question is that since LTAC is like advisory, like how tourism is, all of tourism's requests now come to you guys because you're the department head for it. And LTAC would, if I understand it correctly, it would be the same kind of situation where you guys would be the department head for LTAC.
There's money in the LTAC budget for swag. Basically, what
Yes.
Jerry would do is he would pick out what he liked, he would show it to us, and he would order it.
He would show it to you though?
I don't even know, maybe so did you, I've never seen
Well, I went
anything that
in the
he showed
LTAC
it.
chair.
Okay.
Okay.
He would show me the cups, whether it was the mason jar or it was the coffee cup. He showed me the fish.
Great. We
So-
just did not know the process that Jerry used beyond he would just buy them. So I just wanted to make sure that, I just wanted to know the proper way that you guys wanted to see this stuff. So that way Barb and I can coordinate on that. So I will just.
Well, I think bags and pens are always useful, coffee mugs, and they do take up a lot of room, but sometimes they're nice to hand out. I would just,
I have quite a few ideas.
Okay.
So but I will definitely, I'll do, if that sounds good to you guys, I can just show you guys the samples before we buy them in bulk. That sounds good.
perfect.
Okay. Danny suggested a little phone stand.
Hey, he's got one. He doesn't need one now.
Ours would be nicer. Okay,
That one was free.
that is,
Well, ours would be to somebody else, it's swag.
that is all that I have.
Okay, anything else around table?
No, just that I've been talking to Moses Lake about their ARPA money for the sleep center. Against their wish, they're kind of leaning towards continuing forward. I'll get more information as I can. They want me to come tonight to council, which I might, we'll see. But just kind of letting you know that that's still being tossed around. I've kind of given them like, hey, we need to know what you're doing in the next couple weeks. Is if we need to reallocate your money, we need to do it soon, so. They are kind of curious if other cities would be willing to pay in or if the county's willing to put any money in to managing the sleep center. So obviously I can't speak for us, but I just said I'm listening. So they just don't feel like the whole county's homeless should be the city of Moses Lake's issue.
No, we do have funding in our
We have some admin funding and
2160, we do have funds. We do go to the Housing Authority, New Hope.
we also have the housing admin fund that I believe is
Probably growing
a
out.
couple million bucks.
Anything out of it.
It's 420. It increases each month.
Mhm.
So
Is there anything else around table?
Sand dunes conversation about homeless being out there. We already have ordinances that the sheriff's office can enforce. But basically just trying to make our ordinance how we want it to be and then give it to have Kevin and Rebecca put that together. Joey said he had no issue.
You're saying that we already have ordinances, why should we give anything to Kevin? Are you saying they need to be
They're not,
strengthened?
they're like 2 weeks. So if we wanted it shorter or to, like Kevin had mentioned, of encompassing an area or having any stipulations tied to it, then they could be added. Moses Lake Irrigation District also posted no trespassing signs to clean up that fill area. So we do have a couple landowners as well as Irrigation District posting their signs right now.
We have any littering ordinances? Cause I mean,
Well, what they said, so
it just becomes a really bad litter situation.
yeah, so Panic said that they had 2 dumpsters out there and that dumpster 1 got emptied, but dumpster 2 was not level. So they wouldn't dump it. So if the dumpsters aren't level, they don't dump them. So he said basically what we have to do is go and dig it out of there, put it on the ground, level it, and put it back in. And then they'll come dump it.
They probably need pads under them.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to put some infrastructure out there. I know Tom had looked at it because we need cameras to know if a contractor or somebody's dumping. But we couldn't tie into the power.
Yeah, it was difficult. The PUD didn't want to allow us access to their substation there. That was the closest spot. We had a pole that we could have installed a camera on, but no way to get to it. So as far as a pad for the dumpsters, it would be easy enough to pour a concrete pad. It's just as long as people don't, destroy them and push them off the pad, but at least then it's not sinking in the sand. So that wouldn't be a very difficult thing to do though.
So when you spoke with the sheriff's department, were they going to at least enforce what they do have?
What they do have doesn't necessarily have anything in it.
AT?
Yeah.
So if they.
So right now, I believe he said 13 days was what it was. And he said, Rob, if they move 10 feet, that's a new 13 days in the current ordinance.
Really?
So he said you would need to encompass the area.
You have some things you're gonna take to Kevin and.
Yeah, I can
propose
do
in the
that.
ordinance.
Yeah.
I'm good with that because we're not passing anything by asking you to do that. We'll come back with the ordinance and look at it. And I think just to comment on Jerome's comment, we don't wanna make it so onerous that people that wanna be there for a few days can maybe do it, but we need to make sure that we're keeping it clean, using the facilities correctly, not destroying things, and then hopefully moving on to some better situation for themselves. I just don't want this endless homeless camp out there starting to just fill up the whole thing and surely our folks that gain income off of that sand dunes because of the influx of people, that will be diminished if that turns into something like that. We need to be thinking about both sides of it. I don't have anything else for roundtable myself. Well, yes, I guess I do. I'm gonna say that we need to make sure that we state in our motion that we are holding until after our ARPA meeting number 5 and that we are denying number 11. So if we don't have any further business on.
I believe how number 11 is, if we approve 11, it will be denying number 11.
I do not, I disagree again this week with that, Madam Chair, because the statement is it's coming forward to us as a license application, and the recommendation is to deny from our development service because of our moratorium. So I think we probably need to make sure that we don't approve it. We just don't approve it.
There we go, yeah. It will be crystal clear. And then I have number 8, we're holding that until after the Tourism Advisory Committee reviews it. Wait, truly creative.
So I think that I was maybe confused when I had talked to Barb about how to do this. So I put this on consent because tourism is recommending the renewal with Cooley Creative. They didn't have the contract yet because it was still with legal and everything. But this is their recommendation and also their recommendation to increase the marketing retainer. And so I understand that tourism has to sign the contract before the BOCC does, but I brought it here, and again, there is a good chance I misunderstood what Barb was saying, but I put it on consent before having tourism sign it because they're requesting the increase. So I was thinking that you guys needed to approve the increase before they signed it.
Okay, it appears that there's an increase, but there's also a decrease with the portion of, we're not getting a billed a percentage. So that was my worry, that when she reviews that contract.
I believe myself and my teammates were in favor of the increase, but felt like we just need to have them sign it first and bring it back to us for final approval.
Okay.
Is that our
Yeah,
understanding?
I think I'm fine with the increase. I don't know if Cooling Creative is gonna be okay with the increase with the denial of the percentage.
So
Yeah,
I guess
commission.
my question then for the future is, if, let's just say next year, they want to increase, they recommend increasing the retainer again, do you want it to like fully be, reviewed by legal, signed by tourism, signed by everybody, and then brought to you guys to look at with the increase? I think this is where I'm confused.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
For this one, you could have just probably, I would just recommend bringing it up to like in Barb's update, the clerk's update, just bring this up and say, hey, this is what the contract is looking like. Are you, does this look good? If so, I will proceed forward with the review from the prosecutor's office and kind
Because
of.
legal's okay with it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think I agree.
So kind of just a.
Yeah.
Asking.
I think it'd be good, it's obviously good for somebody to see it ahead of time, but the final approval that would be on consent would be after they agree to it.
And Caitlin, this is all new to us as well, so you're doing it just great. Okay, anything
Madam
else?
Chair, are we
roundtable?
ready for a motion?
Yeah, if everybody's done with roundtable. Yeah, I'm looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I want to make a motion to approve items 1 through 4, items 6 and 7, 9 and 10, 12 through 19. Did we get that, Barb?
I have approving items 1 through 4, 6 and 7, 9 and 10, 12 through 19.
Correct. Noting that we are holding 5 until after the ARPA meeting, which is on December 3rd. Holding number 8 until we get the signed contract back, and denying, our motion denies number 11.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the listed action items on consent. Any discussion?
I just have a question on 11. It shows recommended denied under moratorium, so if you were to make the motion to approve 11, would it be denied or do we have to deny it even though it's listed as denied?
This is our discussion.
That's part of our discussion. Can I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes.
The Liquor and Cannabis Board is presenting this application to us to approve. And we are not gonna approve it. This last line is basically just a statement from Development Services saying, please deny this.
Okay, gotcha.
They're saying, you got a moratorium in place, please deny this. It's obviously a needed denial.
And then we will receive a letter about, even though we have a
Issue in letter
moratorium.
saying,
Yeah.
we don't listen to you guys at all.
Okay,
There you go.
thank you.
Okay, further discussion? So there's a motion and second discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The consent agenda has been approved. Do we have any walk-ons? This concludes our, where are we going? Our consent agenda. We will go ahead and sign. Down to our safe space. Those pens are very powerful.
How are you? Good. The green one?
Whatever the Wasack ones that.
Oh, the little white ones?
Come down and
Yeah, the ones
talk
that
to
look like
Andy.
ones. Give you a.
I didn't have any of those.
Apparently, he was expecting you to drop by and talk to him.
And then he was gone, so, yeah.
Got
And he was gone, and Kevin was gonna go and see him.
it.
So, yeah, so that was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Have that discussion.
Did you see what we got?
Thank you.
Yeah,
We'll talk more.
okay. Sorry?
Those are awesome. Put them up.
Technically, it should be going, right? Like the, how much taller now?
Hey, Dave, Bran, it's Barb. Is there any way you could run up here really quick to the
Can
office?
can do.
Thank you.
Pretty?
It is. It's as pretty as you can make them ready to look.
I think it looks very nice. So,
They just
what
sent
does need
us
to do, Todd?
their
You
recommendation.
need to just come a little
And
closer,
then-
okay?
And then I go
It
about
should really be.
the way that you guys said
Get a
to.
grouping.
We'll center it on the
You
table.
didn't sign this thing.
But let me know, or I can bring a hammer.
Add additional lighting for the one on the left.
Don't bring it.
It's not lighted very well.
Some sconce lighting.
Yeah,
Yeah, can we do the
3 of them.
No, while you're sitting on that side of the table, you're
Pretty,
right.
Yeah.
Here, I love, that is one of my favorite pictures. It looks like a,
Should I slow down?
oh, you used to do Thomas Kincaid with the lighting.
Creative sign on behalf of Grant County.
That's what it looks like. It could be a new Thomas Kincaid / Public Works.
That was a lot, huh?
I think it should be
Doesn't
on
have all the
there.
flowery stuff in it though.
Yeah, but you know how it does them where the lights are so warm?
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful
You know, what's
picture.
funny is I tried to have her do that one year and he was only charging like,
No, he doesn't paint all those, right?
he was good.
He contracts out.
Is, I'll
He has a fleet of a bunch of people that paint them and then he goes in and puts a couple of brush strokes on it. So we can call it, so we can,
I had no idea.
yeah.
Is that kind of like a designer? Do you
Yeah, cool.
Kind of.
Good idea.
want me to face him down?
I don't care. They'll get put back in the right order one
What's
way
the
or
date
another.
today?
Today's the 26th.
There's power in pooling. Oh, I don't like this one. It doesn't fold up.
I think you have to push it forward, don't you? Or no? And get a Rubik's Cube. You can get.
There's a Rubik, oh gosh, a Rubik's
get
Cube.
Lightsabers. For about the same price as those mason jar mugs.
These mugs are kind of expensive, plus they take up a lot of room.
You can also get beanies for about the same price as those mason jar mugs.
Those are kind of a big hit.
Just like the basic
It comes
little,
clear out.
oh, well, it folds up, Danny.
There were some kinds that had
They're
out
just
little
camping
beanies,
chasers.
they're really cute.
I like the one you're looking at. Better.
Yeah, let's show them variety. Because you know what would be very nice? There's a lot of kids that go to court with their parents and they're hanging out in the hallway. To maybe get them a little taste of Grant
lightsaber?
County.
Oh.
No, not a lightsaber,
I'm like,
a beanie.
There's fidget spinners, there's keychains that have like the roller ball in it, so that we can fidget with that. This is that change of location application.
See, Toyota has their little mascot.
My bad.
This is a request to surplus emergency management equipment and transfer it to another governmental entity.
We didn't sign that one.
Man, my signature gets here.
Danny, I've only got signatures all day. If I see one that doesn't look right, I'll send it back to you and tell you to resign it.
This is the emergency management state homeland, Department of Homeland Security grant.
No, a lot of signatures that did not match.
Mine right there would match.
You know, I maybe at one time would sign everybody's signature, everybody's ballot in my house to vote. I had no idea it was illegal for me to sign their ballot.
This is the authorization to change the surplus request for the fairgrounds.
Now I know, that every ballot I submitted.
Interlocal
Got thrown
agreement
out.
for, now.
So my eye. Make sure everybody signs around. Make sure my
Really
family
find
signs, and I'm
this.
like, you better sign it the way you normally, 'cause if it doesn't look right, I will be reviewing it and I will have to say, no, this sat there and watched them. Just takes a lot longer to vote now.
This is recommendation to award the crushing and stockpiling
Yeah.
contract, yes.
Good, Dave was here. Oh, I think Dave got called up.
Yes.
To a higher authority.
Staffing agreement, express
Nice.
employment professionals, renew.
27th day, right?
26.
Commissioners, I discussed the levy certification with Dave Bren. He totally missed that one, so he's running back to Public Works to complete it.
Does he need to have it done today?
I told him tomorrow by 5.
Yeah, they might want that.
Out of state travel request for Tanya and Sheena to go to Laserfish.
Are you going to get your out-of-state travel done?
Yeah.
Is it already
It's
been
been done.
approved?
Yeah.
Okay, good deal.
Locked and loaded. I'm registering for courses. I'm so excited. Can I not say that here?
But you gotta move it slowly.
The request to pay Chase Bank for the payoff of the 2024 Subaru.
Well, there we can put that as one of our sheriff's cars, a Subaru.
Yeah,
Do you
put it
have
out in
any
the sand dunes.
requests for LTAC swag?
No, just show me what you're looking at.
Yeah,
Well,
I like the little beanie bear things, sounds really cute.
there's the beanies. I was thinking about maybe not ordering any more of the glass mason jar mugs
That is an
ever.
excellent
'Cause I
idea.
feel like one choice of a cup is maybe good, maybe. But there's beanies, there's these notebooks that
You may wanna
Danny and I were
contact
looking at
the
that
Sand
had a
Scorpions
pen.
about the
It was
situation
like
out
the
there in the
notebook,
dunes,
spiral
or
bound
if they haven't
notebook
already
with a
contacted.
pen
Oh,
in
they've
it
already
and
contacted
also assorted sticky notes.
They were first one to
Kind of
contact
pricey,
me,
but they're really
and
nice.
then Pamp was second, and then Josh
there's-
Knapp was third,
Where people actually use those,
He said that
and then
he-
Irrigation District
but people do use them.
heard that I was moving
Yeah.
around on it, they called, so.
Well, there you go. And then
11/27.
Mom had suggested lanyards.
Just do what I'm asked of,
Lanyards would be
you
really.
know.
All you can do is all you can do, and all you can do is enough.
You know, that is probably something that a lot of people use
Yeah.
now.
I mean, when I go out there, I'm
Lanyards?
like,
Yes.
probably don't need
And then.
tarps over your vehicles next to your camper that's run down, because people are gonna think the vehicles are stolen. I mean, there's a lot of things that come to my personal mind, but then I'm just thinking like,
Yeah,
where else are they gonna go?
Tag it
you
to
be
my phone.
somewhere.
Yeah. It's not the worst place, but at the same time, you don't want a giant thing you gotta clean up.
There's.
Giant thing you gotta clean up, and it's gonna be
And
detrimental
then
to
we were
the
talking about finding.
Tourism.
something for the-
tourism especially.
For the
It does
kids
generate
instead
a
of the
certain
green
amount of money, I'm
guys,
sure.
because I'm not a fan of the green guys.
Well, do you really use them?
Yeah.
The
use
kids,
them
the
what?
kids like them, but
They're not gonna pack them at school or anything.
I would love to put more
we'll
infrastructure
have
in,
to figure
Out there,
something out. I
Lights,
also
some pads,
was looking, and
water.
for really, really cheap, we can get seed packets, like for different flowers and vegetables and stuff. Unfortunately, there are not
Something that could be
potatoes,
your
even though
main
Grant County is a
attraction, money
biggest potato.
creator, you know.
But there's different produce, like there's tomatoes and cucumbers and pumpkins. So that would be kind of cute since Grant County agriculture.
Maybe we need to do
Then
little
you draw
fishing
the
poles
line
since
with
we are
public,
the
private.
fishing county.
That would be,
you start doing infrastructure like that.
There's a lot of private in there though.
but
There
not
is,
that northern pike that's invasive.
then you're almost getting to the point
It's
where.
almost a
you're
park,
creating a park, yeah.
yeah,
We're a
Yeah, the handout.
realistically, that's what I would,
Seeds.
There you go.
Not mind seeing.
There's a lot of guys growing these. Must be a really good.
It's not organized. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
You get.
I stopped going every time I went. I saw somebody get hurt.
Monument as a.
And it was always in the parking area.
Probably,
Yeah.
for really expensive, but that would be really cute, wouldn't
So-
it?
A lot of places you pay for a permit or an access
Okay.
in Oregon and stuff. And then they have parking. They have more deputies out there, better services.
For any use, you have to get a permit or an access permit or.
But you keep it for a while.
You would.
But that's not super supported, or it hadn't been. It's starting to become more because they realize you have to pay for the management.
Are you doing some fun to do students?
We
Alright,
did
I'm gonna go
not
see my info.
Make Jerome follow the protocol.